The Senate will come to order. Today's opening prayer will be offered by Pastor Adam Weber, pastor of Embrace Church, Sioux Falls, South Dakota.
Let us pray. Gracious Lord, we thank you for this day. Help us to not take this day or any day for granted. Thank you for the breath in our lungs. Thank you for hearing our voice when we cry out, for hearing our voice when we ask for your wisdom. Today I lift up this Senate body to you. Would you fill them with your love, your joy, your peace, your grace, and your truth. Fill them with your wisdom, which starts and ends with you, O Lord. Would you guide and lead and direct them? Would you help their thoughts, their conversations, and their decisions today be pleasing to you? I'm so grateful that you are all-powerful, Lord, and we are mere instruments in your hands. Today we dedicate this day, our country, and our lives to you, and we pray this in your holy and precious name. Amen.
Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The clerk will read a communication to the Senate.
Washington, D.C., May 23, 2024, to the Senate. Under the provisions of Rule 1, Paragraph 3 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, I hereby appoint the Honorable Raphael G. Warnock, a senator from the state of Georgia, to perform the duties of the chair. Signed, Patty Murray, President pro tempore.
The Republican Whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, let me just say a word of welcome today to Pastor Adam Weber. You heard him offer the opening prayer today. I'm very privileged to have him here. And Adam is someone whose family I have known for a long time. Sort of watched him grow up, if you will. He's a Millbank, South Dakota native, a graduate of Augustana College. And at the young age of 24, started a church called Embrace Church in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. And at that time, I think their first service had 32 people. His office was a Chevy Cavalier. And a decade later, it was one of the fastest growing churches literally in this entire country. And they've continued to grow through the years. And they'll do it the same way they always have, and that's one person at a time. Embrace's heart is to relentlessly reach the next person for Jesus. It's something that Adam lives out. He seeks out strangers. He goes for what he calls non-fluff conversations, and he reaches people. Lots and lots of people with the good news of the gospel. And I have had the opportunity to attend services at Embrace along with my wife, Mr. President. Adam also has a podcast which reaches literally thousands and thousands of people that I've listened to. He interviews people from all walks of life and talks to them about their spiritual formation. It's very meaningful to his listeners, and certainly has been important in my life too, as we try to apply the truth of the Scriptures at a time when we face enormous challenges as a country and in a lot of our communities across the country. So I'm delighted to have Adam here, thankful for his ministry, and grateful to Chaplain Black for making it possible for him to be chaplain for the day, and I would tell my colleagues what I've said many times before, and that is that we do have a Bible study that the chaplain leads on a weekly basis, Thursday at noon, and encourage all of my colleagues to attend. It has been enormously important to me through the years in keeping me anchored and grounded on the solid rock at times when things can be very uncertain and sometimes tumultuous around us. So grateful for the chaplain for his leadership here, and delighted to have Pastor Adam Weber from Sioux Falls, South Dakota, and Embrace Church with us here today in the United States Senate. Thank you, Mr. President.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved.
Mr. President,
The Majority Leader.
I move to proceed to calendar number 397, S4361.
The clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 397, S4361, a bill making emergency supplemental appropriations for border security and so forth and for other purposes.
Thank you, Mr. President. And first, let me add my greetings to our chaplain from South Dakota and welcome him under John Thune's auspices. So welcome, Pastor. Pastor, welcome. Okay. All right, Mr. President. 3 months ago, something truly stunning happened here on the Senate floor. Senate Republicans filibustered the strongest, most comprehensive border security bill Congress has seen in a generation. And they did it because Donald Trump wanted to exploit the border for political gain on the campaign trail. Well, today we're going to try again. We will vote to move forward on a border security bill that Democrats and Republicans spent months on together. I hope our Republican colleagues join us to reach a different outcome. We all know the situation at the border is unacceptable and demands attention from Congress. Democrats believe that our Republicans have been saying it, and that's why 3 months ago we sat down with them to write a strong and necessary and bipartisan border security bill. Poll after poll shows that a large majority of Americans across party lines support our position of getting a bipartisan bill done, and only 8% are in opposition. When Republicans like Donald Trump say don't support a bipartisan bill, wait till next year, they're in a distinct minority with the American people from one end of the country to the other. People want us to get things done. People want us to come together. And when they hear that the only reason Republicans are backed away from this bill is not that it wasn't strong enough, but that Donald Trump said he wanted chaos at the border, they don't like that. This is our bill. The public is on the same page, and in the polling data, Democrats, Republicans, and independents are all on the same page. Act on a bipartisan bill, get something done, don't play political games. And this is a bill that will hire thousands of new border agents, a bill that will finally reform asylum, a bill that will commit billions to stop the flow of fentanyl, a bill endorsed by the National Border Patrol Union and the Chamber of Commerce and the very conservative Wall Street editorial page. So, to my Republican colleagues, you wanted this border bill. Today we vote on this border bill, and it's time to show you're serious about solving the problem. Look, I understand that today's bill is not going to win every single Democratic vote or every single Republican vote. That was never the goal of this bill. The bill was rather to come up with something that could get 60 votes, a majority on both sides of the aisle. That's how it was crafted. And it's far different than what the Republicans have done. Look at what happened to H.R. 2. It didn't get a single Democratic vote here in the Senate. It did not even get the support of every Senate Republican. If anything is political theater, it's H.R. 2. It's not designed to solve the problem. It's designed to make a political point. The bill we are bringing up was designed to solve the problem. And Republicans and Democrats labored together in good faith to get that done, and it would have gotten done had Donald Trump not said, I don't want this done, blame it on me, I want chaos at the border so I can win re-election. That is not what the American people want. As I mentioned, that's what the polling data is clearly on our side. The bipartisan border bill is something so different than H.R. 2. because it is a serious attempt at legislation that Republicans helped put together. Now, people might forget, but there was actually a lot of bipartisan interest in getting this bill passed before Donald Trump killed the bill and told the country, please, blame it on me. That's what he said. Blame it on him. My friend, the Republican leader, openly admitted that, quote, it's actually our side that wanted to tackle the border issue. We started it. That's what Leader McConnell said. My friend, the senator from Texas, similarly said, it makes no sense to me for us to do nothing when we might be able to do things better. That's just what we're doing today, I would say to my friend, the senator from Texas. A few weeks before our bill was released, our colleague from Iowa warned, quote, we stand the risk of losing the chance to actually get something done on the border now, because I don't see this opportunity coming up again anytime soon. Again, that's what we're doing. Just what our Republican senators asked us to do for months. And I would be remiss not to include the good observation of my friend from South Carolina. He said, H.R. 2 was unable to get any Democratic support in the House. We lost one Republican in the Senate. So to the conservative world, you have a unique opportunity to get border security reform. And he added, this moment will pass. Do not let it pass. I can't say it any better. And what they said then is perfectly applicable now. What made them change? When they had such conviction that we had to get something done in a strong bipartisan way. One thing, Donald Trump said, turn around, reverse yourself. 180-degree reversal, and they did. The words I have mentioned are not the words of senators who think this was all political theater. They sound like the words of senators who were hoping to get something done. But as I mentioned, it wasn't until after Donald Trump swooped in that they changed their tune. So, we're going to try again today. I hope Republicans join us on today's vote to reach a different outcome than the one in March. If Republicans were truly serious about calling the situation at the border an emergency, they shouldn't delay any longer. You can't call something an emergency one day and then suddenly kick the can down the road the next day. Let me finish with this. America's proud of its immigrant tradition. We always have been and always will be, a nation comprised of people who come from across the world, looking for an opportunity here in this country, knowing that there's no place better than America. If you work hard, you can provide a good life for yourself and your family. That was what has importuned people for generations. We should never let go of that. We must always work to give people more opportunity to come here, to treat them humanely, and embrace people who want to contribute to our economy. There's nothing more American than that. Immigration has been one of the great causes of mine since my earliest days in the Senate. Over 10 years ago, I was part of the bipartisan Gang of Eight, led by myself and my late friend, the late John McCain, that wrote comprehensive immigration reform. We passed that historic bill because both sides were able to work together. The lesson of that bill is, it passed the Senate, I believe, with 68 or 69 votes, bipartisan, is we can only do these things in a bipartisan way. Only. So today, knowing that lesson, we need to try and work again together. We know our nation is stronger because of immigration. We know that the status quo at the southern border is unacceptable, the results of decades of neglect, going back administrations on both sides. So to all those who have said for years we must act on the border, this is the chance to show you're serious about fixing the problem. This is our chance to show the American people that we're willing to reach across the aisle and work to solve one of the most vexing problems that affects our country and what the public overwhelmingly wants in poll after poll. I urge my colleagues on both sides to join us in moving forward today. A chance like this, sadly, only comes once in a blue moon. To my Senate Republican colleagues, please do not let this moment pass. On big oil. Mr. President, it's a disturbing tale as old as time. While big oil companies bask in record-breaking profits, hardworking Americans are feeling the pinch of high prices at the pump. Instead of working to lower gas prices for Americans ahead of a busy Memorial Day weekend, big oil executives seem to be huddling to find ways to keep gas prices high and keep profits soaring. One of those ways included big oil executives spending their time cozying up to Donald Trump, who, as we all know, is no enemy of big oil. A few weeks ago, the Washington Post released a disturbing account of a meeting Donald Trump held with big oil executives at Mar-a-Lago, where Donald Trump promised big oil executives he'll gut the clean energy investments and jobs made possible by the legislation we Democrats passed in exchange for $1 billion for his reelection efforts. This is sickening. Donald Trump would quite literally be bought by the biggest polluters in the world and be totally beholden to the fossil fuel agenda, and Americans will pay the price at the pump. Donald Trump's not even hiding it. But sadly, big oil's greediness doesn't stop with Donald Trump. A recent report showed that big oil companies were also among the biggest perpetrators of stock buybacks, using their soaring profits to further line the pockets of wealthy executives and shareholders. Stock buybacks aren't good for the economy. Stock buybacks aren't good for workers. Stock buybacks aren't good for anyone but the wealthy oil executives and shareholders. It shows that instead of investing in finding new energy, we would hope they do it with clean energy, they're instead just raising their stock prices. There's something deeply wrong with big oil companies continuing to rake in the cash at the expense of the American people, so Democrats will keep working to shine a spotlight on oil companies' unfairness practices and hold them accountable. Choice. Next month, Mr. President, next month America will mark a dark and somber anniversary. June 24th will be 2 years since a radical MAGA majority on the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. It was one of the worst, if not the worst, Supreme Court decision of modern times. In one fell swoop, MAGA justices pulled off one of the most draconian reversals of individual liberty ever. Today, at least 20 states have near total bans or severe restrictions on abortion. Senate Democrats will put reproductive freedoms front and center when we return after the Memorial Day state work period. 2 days ago, I began the process for the Senate to consider the right to contraception, led by Senators Markey and Hirono. We'll consider that bill in June. And there will be more action to come after that. At a time when tens of millions of Americans are worried about reproductive health, tens of millions of American women are worried about reproductive health, although many male Americans are worried as well, Senate Democrats will focus on protecting fundamental freedoms like the right to vote, access to IVF, continued access to contraception, and more. Democrats will never relent until we reverse the immense damage that the Supreme Court has inflicted on this country, and the American people have a right to know where their elected officials stand on protecting the rights and reproductive care. I yield the floor. Note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President.
The Republican leader,
Ask consent that further proceedings on the quorum call be dispensed with.
without objection.
We're nearing the end of President Biden's term, and the American people's patience for his failure to secure our southern border is running thin. After 3 years in office, nearly every conceivable metric has distinguished the Biden administration from its predecessors for all of the wrong reasons. Since the president took office, Customs and Border Protection has seen the highest annual total for border encounters on record. CBP has reported more than 77.8 million encounters with illegal immigrants at the southern border, and this doesn't even count the 1.6 million known getaways. Fentanyl and other lethal drugs pushed by China through Mexico and across our border are the primary cause of death among American adults between ages 18 and 45. And reports of individuals on the terror watch living to sneak across the southern border have literally soared on President Biden's watch. 5 years ago, CBP didn't encounter a single individual on the list between southern border ports of entry. Last year, they encountered 169. This is what broken borders look like. This is humanitarian and national security failure of the highest degree. And it's no mystery how we got there. President Biden and Vice President Harris were promising open borders 4 years ago on the campaign trail. And they started following through literally on day one. The Biden administration rescinded policies like Remain in Mexico that helped CBP hold the crisis at bay. They froze construction of physical barriers and now say they want to see reversed. Every Senate Democrat voted to let President Biden repeal Title 42, a pandemic-era policy that represented of illegal arrivals. The administration's supposed border czar traveled widely to discuss the root causes of migration, but for months she couldn't find time to visit the border itself. And for years, Washington Democrats have refused to call the situation what it obviously is, a crisis. At every step, the American people have been left literally scratching their heads. In some cases, they've been left with unimaginable grief, like the family of Laken Riley, the student murdered by a man who shouldn't have been allowed into the country in the first place. And in every case, they've wondered why their elected leaders are missing in action. Families are wondering why Senate Democrats opposed Senator Blackmun's proposal to allow state and local law enforcement to cooperate with ICE to detain and deport criminals. Why they voted down Senator Budd's legislation that would have prohibited granting legal status or citizenship to individuals who have assaulted a law enforcement officer. Why they blocked a proposal that would have required that individuals DHS deemed to be special interest aliens, potential national security risk, are detained at the border and not released into the interior by the thousands. They're wondering why left-wing groups are exploiting the crisis to line their own pockets. Well, one thing the American people don't have to wonder about is why Washington Democrats are suddenly chomping at the bit to convince their constituents that they care about border security. After all, working families are the ones telling pollsters the border is their very top election year concern. The American people aren't fooled. They know that the president's summary reversal of common sense border authorities is what started the crisis, and they know the solution is not a cynical Senate theater. The solution is a president who's willing to exercise his authority to use the tools he already has at his disposal and to start cleaning up this mess. If Senate Democrats wanted to start fixing the crisis tomorrow, they would be urging the president to do exactly that. The American people have every right to expect secure borders, along with safe streets and stable prices. They don't have time for distraction, and neither do Senate Republicans. I suggest after the court.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President,
The Republican whip.
President, Senate and quorum call.
We are.
I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be lifted.
Without objection.
Mr. President, May is a month dedicated to honoring our military. Okay, sorry.
Morning business is closed under the previous order. The Senate will proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, Department of Defense, Melissa Griffin Dalton of Virginia to be Undersecretary of the Air Force.
Senator from South Dakota.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, May is a month dedicated to honoring our military. We have Armed Forces Day, which was celebrated this past Saturday, Memorial Day, which will be observed on Monday. And the entire month is observed as Military Appreciation Month. Mr. President, Ronald Reagan is reported to have said, and I quote, "Some people live an entire lifetime and wonder if they ever have made a difference in the world. The Marines don't have that problem," end quote. And I would just expand that, Mr. President, a little bit and say that our military members don't have to ask that question and don't have that problem. If you want to see people living a life of purpose, Mr. President, just look to the men and women of the United States military. The men and women who get up every day ready to defend our freedom to the point of laying down their lives if necessary. Mr. President, many of our military members enter right after high school or college, at an age when their counterparts are thinking about graduations and internships and taking the first steps toward a career. These young men and women take a different path. They embrace a life of regimentation and roll calls, of tough physical and mental demands, a life that asks them to forgo comfort for sacrifice up to and including the sacrifice of their lives. And they do it willingly. Most of us don't often see the sacrifices our military men and women make. And so it can be easy for us to forget as we go about our daily lives that those lives are only possible because these men and women spend their lives working to defend our country. Mr. President, during this Military Appreciation Month, my thoughts turn to those South Dakotans serving in our armed forces, and particularly to the men and women of the South Dakota National Guard and our airmen at Ellsworth Air Force Base. Our South Dakota military members represent the very best of our state, and I'm grateful every day for their service and sacrifice. I'm proud to report that the 28th Bomb Wing at Ellsworth Air Force Base was named the best bomb wing in Air Force Global Strike Command during the past year. And I'm excited that Ellsworth broke ground this spring on a new weapons generation facility, part of construction to prepare the base to become the first home of the B-21 Raider. I'm also proud that the Black Hills region, home to Ellsworth and the South Dakota National Guard's Camp Rapid, was named to the 2024 class of Great American Defense Communities. South Dakotans know and value the sacrifices made by our military men and women, and I am tremendously proud of how the Black Hills region has worked to support our airmen and National Guard members. Mr. President, a discussion of Military Appreciation Month would not be complete without mentioning our military families. It is not just our men and women in uniform who serve and sacrifice, it is their families as well. Life as a military spouse or as a son or daughter of a military member is often challenging. There are frequent moves and deployments, and most of all, there is the knowledge that one day your husband or wife, your mom or your dad, could be asked to give up their life for their country. And so as we honor our military members this month, it is right that we honor and remember the sacrifices of their families as well. Mr. President, in his 1941 proclamation of Bill of Rights Day, President Franklin D. Roosevelt said, and I quote, "Those who have long enjoyed such privileges as we enjoy forget in time that men have died to win them," end quote. Those who have long enjoyed such privileges as we enjoy forget in time that men have died to win them. As we go about our lives in peace and safety, it can be all too easy to forget that that peace and safety have been purchased at a price, that they have been purchased with the blood of the men and women who have laid down their lives to secure them. And on this Monday, above all, on Memorial Day, we should resolve to remember. To remember and to recommit ourselves to living lives worthy of their sacrifice. Mr. President, may God take to himself all those who have fallen in the service of our country, and may he comfort their families. And may he bless and protect the men and women of the United States military. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Rhode Island.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to express my support for Ms. Melissa Dalton's nomination to be Undersecretary of the Air Force. Ms. Dalton is an exceptionally qualified leader with a long and distinguished career in service to the United States. She has more than 2 decades of experience in defense and intelligence policy, including an extensive background in Department of Defense strategy, policy, operations, processes, and workforce issues. Ms. Dalton currently serves as Assistant Secretary of Defense for Homeland Defense and Hemispheric Affairs, and served previously by performing the duties of the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Strategy, Plans, and Capabilities. The Armed Services Committee held a nomination hearing for Ms. Dalton 4 months ago on January 23rd, and it is critical that we approve her nomination now. If confirmed, Ms. Dalton will face a number of pressing challenges for the Air Force. The service has operated at a high tempo for the past 2 decades, supporting around-the-clock operations in the Middle East and around the world. This mission has strained Air Force personnel and aged the combat aircraft fleet more quickly than anticipated. This high op tempo also challenged Air Force leaders to adequately invest in modernization efforts. With China posing new, unprecedented challenges to our air power in the Indo-Pacific and emerging technologies like hypersonic weapons and uncrewed aerial systems, or UAS, create new threats around the world. The Air Force must adapt quickly to stay ahead. In particular, the Air Force must continue to strengthen and improve its acquisition system in order to field new capabilities to match the speed of technological change. The next Undersecretary will need to take steps to ensure that the Air Force has a secure and reliable industrial base and a trained and qualified workforce. At her confirmation hearing, Ms. Dalton pledged her immediate, unwavering attention to these issues. This was an important commitment and one that I support. If confirmed, Ms. Dalton will help lead the Air Force at a critical moment as we continue our long-term strategic competition with China and Russia. This will require thoughtful, resolute leadership with a deep understanding of the issues, and throughout her career, Ms. Dalton has developed and implemented just these sorts of leading-edge defense policies, and she re-emphasized her commitment to them during her confirmation hearing. Ms. Dalton is an outstanding nominee to serve as Undersecretary of the Air Force, and I'm proud to support her nomination. I urge my colleagues to vote yes and confirm this great leader. And with that, Mr. President, I would yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
President,
The senator from Rhode Island.
I would ask to dispense with the calling of the quorum.
Without objection.
I would also ask for the yeas and nays on the pending legislation. Nays on the pending nomination.
Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Coons, Kramer, Lujan, Reed, Smith, Tester, and Warnock. Senators voting in the negative: Budd, Schmidt, and Sullivan. Mr. Johnson, no.
Ms. Ernst, no. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Ms. Sinema, aye. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Wicker, no. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Marshall, no. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Braun, no. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Rubio. Mr. Rubio, no. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, aye. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Kelly, aye. Ms. Verono, aye. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Ms. Butler, aye. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Kennedy, no. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Casey, Mr. Casey. Aye. Mr. Cardin, Mr. Cardin. Aye. Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Ossoff. Aye. Ms. Cantwell, Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mrs. Brett, no. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Carper, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Vance, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Romney, no. Mr. McConnell, no. Mrs. Hyde Smith, no. Mr. Booker, aye. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Mr. Cassidy, no. Did I- Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Cruz, no. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden, aye.
The yeas are 56, the nays are 39. The nomination is agreed to. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's actions.
President.
The Senator from California.
Mr. President, when I was a kid growing up, the last thing I thought I'd do when I grew up was to be involved with government and politics. But when I returned home from college, I came home to California to find hateful TV ads warning of an invasion at our border. These were in support of a ballot measure demonizing immigrant families and communities like mine. A generation of Latinos in California grew up knowing that officials who were elected to represent us were actually more than happy to scapegoat our families as the root cause of the state's challenges. But instead of just putting our head down and waiting for the political tides to turn, my generation decided to get involved. And we started a movement that put more people from our communities into positions of power. Now, 3 decades later, the state of California is not just home to more immigrants than any other state in the nation. We also represent the largest economy of any state in the nation. That's not a coincidence. But sadly, today, we're also seeing some of the same hateful rhetoric once again. And when I hear it, I feel it. And I think about my children and a whole new generation of Latinos across the country that see leaders of the Republican Party demonizing immigrants and people who look like us. Yes, the Republican presidential nominee warns that immigrants are, quote, poisoning the blood of our nation, echoing rhetoric from Nazi Germany. That's happening. I even had to come down to this chamber earlier this year, just a couple months ago, to object to one of our colleagues seeking to declare a, quote, invasion at our southern border. That's the moment that we're in. And it's an undeniable part of the context in which the bill that we're going to be voting on soon was written. The proposal before us was initially supposed to be a concession, a ransom to be paid to Republicans to pass urgent and critical aid to Ukraine. Not my words, theirs. The proposal was 3 months ago. But guess what, Mr. President? We passed the foreign aid. It was the right thing to do. And so I can't help but ask, what's this concession for now? Because it surely cannot be the new starting point for negotiating immigration reform. Mr. President, I'm disappointed because this bill contains some of the same tried and failed policies that would actually make the situation worse at the southern border. It includes arbitrary border closures and could practically eliminate the right to seek asylum for people fleeing for their safety or for their very lives. Now, many of us have acknowledged both sides of the aisle in both formal conversations and informal conversations that one of the biggest reasons that so many people come to the southern border is because it's so hard to come to the United States legally. So I look at this bill, and guess what? It fails to address the root causes of migration or to establish more lawful pathways. And it's not just what's in the bill that troubles me. It's what's not in the bill. If enacted, this bill would fail to provide relief for a single dreamer, for a single farm worker, or a single essential worker or long-term resident of the United States who has been here for years, in some cases decades, working, paying taxes, contributing to the strength of our communities and our country and the success of our economy. So the Senate is voting on this package now for a second time, but still no vote on the DREAM Act, which, by the way, does enjoy bipartisan support. It's hard to swallow. And there's more. We hear that there's some extreme executive actions coming soon. Now, for as much has been accomplished by this body, this chamber has also served as the backdrop for some of the most vile rhetoric in our nation's history. The same hatred that met Irish and Italian immigrants coming through Ellis Island permeated these walls to help pass the Chinese Exclusion Act, before spreading west to villainize immigrants from Mexico and Latin America at our southern border. And every time political leaders villainize immigrants, communities like mine feel the effects. Just ask any Latino kid who's been told to go back to where they came from. Ask anyone speaking Spanish in America who's been told to speak English. Ask any Asian American who was harassed during the COVID-19 pandemic. Colleagues, what chapter of our nation's history are we choosing to write today? I ask because, yes, there will come a time when history judges us. And what will you say? Will you say that you worked to defend the American dream for future generations? Or settle and deny opportunity for future generations? You see, today, countless immigrants and children of immigrants will ask whether Republicans and Democrats will leave them behind once again. Colleagues, I urge you to vote no today and to be more thoughtful in how we address border safety. I urge you to join me in staying true to our values in modernizing our immigration system. I urge you to join me today in doing what's right for dreamers, farm workers, and other long-term undocumented members of our communities. They deserve better, and we should be better than this. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator for Hawaii.
Mr. President, it has been more than 100 days since Republicans killed a border deal that they specifically demanded and they actively helped to write. From start to finish, this bill is not some partisan Democratic wish list. In fact, the previous speaker, the senior senator from California, is correctly upset at our lack of attention to legal immigration, to the plight of DACA individuals, and to try to anchor our policy in our core values of understanding that we are a nation of immigrants, and maybe even separate and apart from that, immigration is one of the most effective anti-inflation policies out there. But the vote we are about to take is not about immigration. It is about border security. And it is fair to say that the Democratic Conference has come a long way on border security. We negotiated with one of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, James Lankford. And when I heard that Chris Murphy and James Lankford were negotiating, I was not hopeful. Not because I don't think they're serious legislators, but I just figured they were too far apart. And so when they came to a conclusion, I didn't love everything in that bill. But I still support it, and here's why. Because it makes real reforms and meaningful investments to address a real crisis at the border that needs to be fixed. There is no contradiction between believing in legal immigration and believing in the core values of the United States and believing in the need for order and security on our northern and southern borders. And so this bill will expedite the asylum process. It would provide immediate work authorizations. It would expand legal immigration pathways. It would provide billions of dollars to law enforcement to stop the flow of fentanyl. Those are all necessary measures, but the reason the bill failed back in February, the reason the border continues to be the way it is today, is Donald Trump. Donald Trump woke up one day and decided that doing nothing on the border would help him politically. He literally said, "Blame me. Blame me." And so the funny thing about this situation is if you describe what happened exactly accurately, which is that we, with Chris Murphy and Kyrsten Sinema and James Lankford, negotiated the toughest border package in many generations that has a chance to pass, a bipartisan bill where Democrats were understandably uncomfortable, that when this thing came out, I was in conversations with Republican members of the Senate, and they were saying they expected a vote in the high 70s, close to 80 votes. They were very comfortable that this was going to win going away. And then Donald Trump said, "Kill it." And that's what happened. It got killed. And so the thing about describing things factually in this instance is it sounds like I'm trying to, lob rhetorical bombs or make a partisan statement. But that's just literally what happened. Like, we negotiated this thing. They told us work with James Lankford. They told us reform the asylum process. They told us CBP needs more resources. They're overwhelmed. They told us we need technology. We did all those things. Chris Murphy negotiated all those things. It's not easy for, I'm not sure if he would like to be called this, an unreconstructed progressive to negotiate such a bill. He's looking at me right now. I think he doesn't love that term. But they voted to kill it anyway. Republicans chose to preserve chaos at the border, and now this crisis is on them. So, spare me the crocodile tears. Spare me the press conferences, spare me the unanimous consent requests, spare me the cable news hits, spare me the memes, spare me the TV ads. You had your chance. And now the beauty of this is you have your chance again. An hour and 45 minutes from now, you can decide, am I going to vote for the strongest border package in a generation, or am I going to vote no because my boss is Donald Trump and he doesn't want this to pass? The choice is theirs. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Iowa.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, President Biden has opened our homeland to the world's criminals. Under his leadership, over 9 million illegal immigrants have crossed our southern border. 9 million people. That's more people than the population of 75% of our states. Month after month and year after year, the Biden administration is shattering all the wrong records. For example, CBP has reported 1.6 million known gotaways in the last 3 years, a stark increase from the 1.4 million known gotaways we saw in a 10-year span from 2010 to 2020. And that's just the known gotaways. Who really knows how many people have gotten past CBP undetected? And these aren't just plain old numbers, folks, okay? They're people that too often include violent criminals who harm Americans. Hardly a day goes by without hearing of another American who has fallen victim to crimes perpetuated by the illegal immigrants the Biden administration has let flood into our country. We all read the stories of the illegals arrested on serious criminal charges and post-bail, never to be heard from again. Everyone knows the story of Laken Riley, the 22-year-old nursing student beaten to death by an illegal immigrant who was in police custody in New York City before being let go. But the crisis only continues. Just last Friday, news broke that Raul Santana, a Mexican national who was in the United States illegally, had his bail dropped from $1 million to $100,000. What did he do? Well, he struck and killed Washington State Trooper Christopher Gadd while driving drunk and high at 112 miles per hour. For more than 8 years, I have warned against the dangers of letting illegal immigrants who have already broken our laws roam the country and continue their lawlessness. I have repeatedly called on this body to step up and protect innocent Americans from criminals who are in our country illegally and pass my bill, Sarah's Law. 8 years ago, Iowans Michelle and Scott Root woke up to every parent's worst nightmare. Their daughter Sarah was killed by a drunk driver. Sarah, a 21-year-old from Council Bluffs, had just graduated from Bellevue University in Nebraska with a 4.0 GPA. She had a bachelor's degree in criminal investigations. She was headed home after celebrating her important life milestone with her friends and her family. She had her entire life ahead of her. But like Trooper Gadd, she was struck and killed by an illegal immigrant drunk driving. Before the Root family could even lay Sarah to rest, her murderer posted a $5,000 bond, was released, disappeared, and has never been seen again. Mr. President, these tragedies don't have to continue happening. Today, we can act to ensure no family will be subject to the pain and anguish Sarah's parents have experienced every day for the past 8 years. My bill, which is named for Sarah, would close the appalling loophole that let Sarah's killer go free. It would merely require ICE to detain otherwise deportable illegal immigrants charged with killing or seriously injuring another person. It also requires ICE to inform victims and family members of necessary information pertaining to the investigation. Had Sarah's Law been on the books when Sarah and Laken and Trooper Gadd were murdered, law enforcement would have to detain their killers instead of opening the door for them to simply flee. The Roots, the Rileys, and the Gadds would have been kept up to date on federal immigration authorities' efforts to remove their loved ones' murderers from the country. Simply put, folks, this should be easy. This should be easy. Sarah, Laken, and Trooper Gadd's deaths are tragic and unfortunately doomed to be repeated thanks to the administration's broken and ill-informed policies and my Democrat colleagues' refusal to take up this very simple legislation. Those who come here illegally and harm our citizens should, without question, be a priority for removal. It's just common sense, folks. Otherwise deportable illegal immigrants who commit violent crimes in the U.S. should face justice. We can no longer prioritize illegal immigrants over public safety. We must pass Sarah's Law to send this message loud and clear for Sarah's family and for the countless American families that Sarah's Law would protect. As if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Judiciary Committee be discharged from further consideration of S-160 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration. Further, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
Senator from Connecticut.
Mr. President, reserving the right to object, I don't think we are in disagreement on the Senate floor on this matter. I think we all agree that non-citizens who are convicted of serious violent crimes, who have committed serious violent crimes, should be detained, and they should be subject to removal proceedings. The good news is that is the current law. That is the current law. This bill is a reiteration of current law. Let me tell you what current law requires. Current law requires the detention of any individual with serious criminal convictions, including those who have committed crimes of violence or theft offenses, including murder, rape, and assault. That is the current law. Furthermore, this administration has given specific direction to the Department of Justice to prioritize the detention and removal of individuals who have committed violent offenses. And so, as with earlier unanimous consent requests, this unanimous consent request is essentially a reiteration of current law. I have a great deal of respect for my colleague. We work together on a number of important matters, but I find myself asking the question, why are we being asked to simply restate current law when it comes to the detainment or removal of immigrants who have committed violent crimes, who right now are subject to removal for those crimes? And I come to two conclusions. The first is that it's a means of distracting the conversation from the vote that's going to happen in an hour and a half. We went through a painstaking process to negotiate a bipartisan compromise. That process was begun at the request of Senate Republicans. In the room was their appointed negotiator and representatives of their chosen leader of the conference. It couldn't be more official than that. Their appointed negotiator, Senator Lankford, the leader of their caucus, Senator McConnell, in the room for 4 months negotiating a bipartisan border security bill. At the end of that process, we achieved a result. We got an agreement with the people that the Senate Republican caucus told us to get an agreement with. And within 24 hours, almost every Senate Republican had sided against that bill. I submit everybody probably had different reasons for it, but it was very clear that up until the point where Donald Trump said, "Don't do anything, I want the border to be a mess," there were plenty of Senate Republicans that were very invested in that process. Included in that bipartisan compromise are important reforms in the way that we try to make sure that anyone with a violent history never enters the United States. Under current law, if you have a criminal history outside of the United States or a previous criminal history inside of the United States, that doesn't become relevant to your asylum claim until you present before an asylum judge. Under the bipartisan bill, that question of whether you have a violent history and whether you should enter the United States happens at the border as part of your credible fear screening. That would be a really important bipartisan reform to make sure that anybody with a violent history never enters the United States. The current law isn't good enough. The bipartisan bill would have made that law better and made this country safer. But Republicans are going to, almost to an individual, vote against that later today. And so what we're left with are these unanimous consent agreements that don't come close to providing the kind of security that the bipartisan border bill does. But it also serves a second purpose. It also has a secondary impact. I wish my Republican colleagues didn't care only about crimes committed by immigrants. I know they care about crimes committed by others, but it seems that there's a disproportionate amount of energy on this floor dedicated to crimes committed by immigrants, which gives the impression to the American public that there is a specific problem related to immigrant communities, that they commit crimes at rates that are higher than natural-born Americans, when in fact the opposite is true. I worry that there is an effort afoot to try to turn us against each other, to make us fear immigrants, when in fact immigrants commit crimes at a rate much lower than natural-born Americans. U.S. citizens are over 2 times more likely to be arrested for violent crimes than immigrants are. Immigrants are 60% less likely to be incarcerated in this country than natural-born Americans are. The mass shooter in Las Vegas wasn't an immigrant. The mass shooter at Pulse nightclub wasn't an immigrant. The mass shooter in Sandy Hook wasn't an immigrant. The mass shooter in Uvalde wasn't an immigrant. The mass shooter in El Paso wasn't an immigrant. The mass shooter in Sutherland Springs wasn't an immigrant. The mass shooter in Lewiston, Maine wasn't an immigrant. The mass shooter in Parkland wasn't an immigrant. And yet, there wasn't a rush to the floor by my Republican colleagues after those mass shootings to try to fix the problem. I grieve for every single victim of crime in this country. And I think we should be all working on ways to better protect our citizens. But I worry that these UC requests are an effort, one, to try to paper over the fact that Republicans are about to vote against a bipartisan border bill that would make this country safer, and B, in facilitation of an effort, whether intentional or unintentional, to try to make us specifically afraid of immigrants. When in fact the truth is that the people that are coming to this country are fleeing economic destitution, trying to save their children's lives, are coming from places in which they were victims of terror and torture and violence, and when they get to the United States are actually less of a threat to our public safety than those that were born in the United States. And for that reason, I would object.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President.
Senator for Iowa.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will just respond briefly to a number of points made by my colleague in opposition to this bill. And one, I just want to say that, no, this bill, I am not trying to detract or distract from the vote that will happen this afternoon. This is an effort I have engaged on for 8 years. I have brought this bill to the floor many times in an effort to see it passed for Sarah, for her family, and for others that are in this similar situation. So I would hope that we would be able to pass it today. I know that I will again in the future be bringing this bill to the floor. As my colleague pointed out, we do appreciate the fact that there is crime all across the United States. And for those that are impacted by that crime, we do wish that they had not had to go through that crime. But the fact of the matter is there is a difference between American citizens that are committing crimes and illegal immigrants who are committing crimes against American citizens. The difference is that many times those illegal immigrants who, in my bill, I am asking ICE to detain so that they can go to their hearings. I'm asking ICE to detain them, not voluntarily detain, not maybe have someone release them early, but they will be detained to face justice. Many times those illegal immigrants are operating under assumed names, under assumed social security numbers. We don't know their true identities. Many times they don't have roots in communities. So what has happened, and we know this to be true because it happened in the case of Sarah Root and her killer, is that Edwin Mejia, that's at least one of the names that this gentleman used while he was in the United States, when he was released on bond, he was able to slip into the shadows. And the authorities were not able to trace him. They were not able to find him. Why? Because he was an illegal immigrant, operating many assumed names, operating out of many different communities, with who knows what family or what contacts. When American citizens are committing crimes, oftentimes we can trace them. We know who they are. We know who their family members are. We know where they've worked. It is very different with those that enter the country illegally. We can't trace them. We can't find them. The families, like Sarah Root's family, Michelle Root, Scott Root, they will never see justice for their daughter, because the man that killed her was released and slipped right back into the shadows where he came from. This family in Council Bluffs, Iowa, will never see justice for their daughter. Many of these other families will never see justice for their loved ones because our law does not require ICE to detain and hold those murderers, those killers, until they have been seen by a court of law. That's what my bill does. It requires the detention, not allows ICE to voluntarily keep them. It requires them to keep them. Justice for our families. And I yield the floor.
Senator from South Carolina.
Thank you very much. I'll be making a unanimous consent request here in a second. Senator Britt will be join me in that endeavor. So we're going to have a vote at 2 o'clock about a bipartisan bill, which I applaud the effort to change our immigration laws and get control of an out-of-control situation. Unfortunately, it doesn't matter what law's on the books if the administration is not going to enforce the ones that already exist. We had a vote in February on this bill, and one of the problems I've had the entire time is that parole is being abused by this administration. Since February until now, April, 77,800 people have been paroled in the United States. And I believe that's an abuse of the statute that's on the books. 1.3 million in FY23. Over 1.2 million were paroled by CBP alone. Now let's talk about the parole statute if we have that. If we don't, well, let me tell you what the law says. It basically says you can be paroled for 2 reasons. Unique humanitarian need or a special benefit to the country. The statute that they're using to parole all these people has limitations as to how it can be used. And on average, the statute in question during the Obama-Trump years was used about 6,000 people on average were paroled in the United States using the statute that Biden's administration's been abusing. So in FY19, 7,525, FY18, 6,466, FY15 during the Obama years, 4,598, FY19 again, 7,500. In FY22, the Biden administration paroled 795,561. In FY23, 1.2 million plus. Why are they doing parole differently than Obama and Trump? They're abusing the statute. Why are they just waiving so many people in the country? That's for the voters to decide. I think they're just basically abusing the statute because they don't want to turn anybody around and send them back. So they just let people come into the country in violation of the law. Again, the parole statute in question is limited to 2 circumstances: unique benefit to the country, special benefit to the country, unique humanitarian situation, your mother's dying, special need to the country, you're a witness in a trial and we need to get you in on a limited situation. Parole is not a permanent status. Laken Riley, which we will ask unanimous consent to vote on the bill authored by Senator Britt. The man accused of murdering her, indicted in Georgia, Mr. Ibarra, in September 2022, he was apprehended by the Border Patrol. He was released through parole, and it took me forever to find this out. The reason for parole: subject was paroled due to detention capacity at the Central Processing Center in El Paso, Texas. Reason for parole: subject was paroled due to detention capacity at the Central Processing Center in El Paso, Texas. They had no room for the guy. And he's now being charged with murdering this young woman in Georgia. He was arrested in 2024, and Senator Britt will tell us what her bill does here in a moment. She's trying to find a way to make sure this never happens again. The 2 crimes he was charged with should result in immediate expulsion from the country. That's what her bill does. But I want the country to know that the man accused of killing this young lady in Georgia was released into our country by DHS illegally, in my view. They violated the statute. They gave him parole for a reason that doesn't exist in the statute. And you wonder why we don't want to pass another bill. The reason we don't want to pass another bill is we don't trust you, the Biden administration. Why create a new law that's not going to be any more effective than the current law? From the time we had this debate until the end of April, did things get better? No. 77,800 people parole from the original debate to now. So clearly they haven't changed their idea or policies regarding abuse of parole. The average for Obama, Trump was around 6,000 for the entire year using the parole statute in question, 77,800 since February. So why are we skeptical? Skeptical because the way they do business at the Biden administration. Mayorkas, Secretary Mayorkas, has all the power he needs to stop this. You'll never convince me that 77,800 people were individually screened. They have a program waving people through based on country, not individual status. They promised me that an individual analysis was done on each parolee. I asked him that, and he said yes. Well, we found one parolee accused of murdering a young lady in Georgia that was not individually analyzed and released based on the criteria of the statute. He was released because they had no place to put him. So what we want to do today is try to find a way to deal with the situation that led to this murder of this young lady. The law has a loophole in it, I guess, for lack of a better word. I'm going to recognize Senator Britt now to tell us what her bill does. Because what do we know about the Georgia case? We know the man charged with the murder of Miss Riley was released in the United States under parole, not based on statutory requirements, but just because we were full. If I were the Riley family, I'd be pretty upset, and they might want to think about suing. But right now, I'd like to yield to Senator Britt from Alabama, who's tried to find a solution to this problem.
Mr. President, first,
Senator from Alabama.
First, I'd like to say thank you to my colleague from South Carolina for his leadership on this critical issue. The Laken-Riley Act is the bipartisan border bill that should be on the Senate floor today. I am proud to be the lead Senate sponsor of this critical legislation along with my colleague from North Carolina. The Laken-Riley Act passed the House of Representatives in an overwhelmingly bipartisan fashion. The gentleman from Georgia, Congressional District 10, secured 37 Democratic votes for this bill on the House floor. And here in the Senate, this bill is bipartisan and has a co-sponsor list of 47 senators. I am confident that a bipartisan majority of senators support the Laken-Riley Act and would vote for it today. The House already did its work in a bipartisan fashion on this legislation, and now it's our turn here in the Senate. And frankly, it's well past time. We should send this bipartisan bill to the president's desk immediately. If this bill had been the law of the land, Laken-Riley would still be alive today. Now this body has an opportunity and a responsibility, in my opinion, to prevent this kind of unimaginable tragedy to happening to more families across America. The Laken-Riley Act is straightforward. It says that ICE would be required to detain and deport illegal aliens who commit theft offenses. It would also allow states to seek an injunction against any action taken by the Secretary of Homeland Security or the Attorney General that violate immigration law to the detriment of the state or its citizens. My colleague from South Carolina has been at the forefront of exposing the Biden administration's unprecedented abuse of immigration parole which is directly relevant to the Laken Riley case. Under the Trump administration and the Obama administration, parole was granted at our southern border on average less than to 6,000 people a year. However, under President Biden, grants of parole have skyrocketed, and now we know over 1.3 million people have been paroled in the past year. One of those grants of parole went to Laken Riley's alleged killer after he crossed the southern border illegally in 2022. This abuse of parole continues to have devastating consequences for families and communities in every corner of our nation. President Biden could stop this abuse of parole today if he wanted to, but he doesn't, and he won't. The president refuses to reverse course. It is past time to force his hand on that and pass the Laken Riley Act. It will secure our homeland. It will help to safeguard our streets. It will help defend our families. I yield the floor.
Senator from South Carolina.
UC request just a minute, Senator Durbin. Senator Blackburn, would you like to speak? Okay, I'm just about to wrap up. So I sent a letter yesterday to Secretary Mayorkas wanting to know about the two people who tried to get into the Marine base, Quantico. Apparently both of them are illegal, claiming to be Amazon contractors who were not, and there's a lot of mystery around this. I want a response to my letter. Who are these people? What do we know about them? Were there any affiliation with terrorist groups? What were they up to? I think we need to know as a nation what went on, because I find it very odd that two fighting-age illegal immigrants joined together to try to falsely get into a Marine base. That sends shivers up my spine. So I want to introduce this letter into the record, if I may. Thank you. And now, as if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of S 3933 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration. Further, that the bill be considered and read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Reserving the right to object.
Senator from Illinois.
Mr. President, we all agree that non-citizens who are convicted of violent crimes should be detained and removed from the United States, period. Sadly, the Laken Riley Act does nothing to address violent crime. Under current law, current existing law, non-citizens who enter the country illegally, violate the terms of their status, or have their visas revoked can be detained now under the law by officials of the Immigration and Customs Enforcement, better known as ICE. Current law also requires the detention of individuals with serious criminal convictions, those who have committed murder, rape, or any crime of violence or theft offense with a term of imprisonment of at least 1 year. The law also gives ICE discretion beyond that to detain a non-citizen in any case in which a non-citizen has been charged with a crime. To make this decision, ICE assesses the individual circumstances of the case, ensuring the agency's limited resources are used effectively to protect national security and public safety. The reality is that Congress has never appropriated nearly enough money for ICE to detain every undocumented immigrant who's charged with a crime. And remember, the vast majority of our senators on the other side of the aisle, including the sponsors of this measure, blocked a bipartisan national security supplemental in February that would have given ICE more funding to detain more undocumented immigrants who might pose a threat to our country. They voted against it. They'll have another chance to vote to provide that additional funding in just a short time today. I hope they'll finally take this opportunity. Vote for more ICE agents if you want more ICE enforcement of existing laws that are serious on the books. Here's the reality. The sweeping approach in this bill would actually harm national security. Why? Because it would eliminate ICE's discretion to prioritize dangerous individuals. Certainly people who are being convicted of a violent crime or charged with a violent crime are more serious offenders than perhaps those who are guilty of theft. We don't know the circumstances in each case. We would instead require ICE to treat those arrested for nonviolent crimes, this proposal would, to treat those for nonviolent crimes the same as individuals who actually convicted violent crimes. And with limited ICE agents, you have to make a choice. What's the priority? What's the most dangerous individual? This proposal before us would overwhelm ICE facilities and make us less, not more safe. For example, this law would require ICE to detain every immigrant who is simply arrested for shoplifting, arrested, even if it quickly becomes clear the person is innocent, because this bill does not require a charge or conviction. Tell me, does it make sense to treat a non-citizen arrested for shoplifting the same as someone convicted of murder? I think we all know the answer. This bill would also grant state attorneys general the standing to sue federal immigration authorities if a state disagrees with immigration enforcement decisions made by the federal government. For example, this bill would give a state attorney general the standing to challenge the use of the parole authority, like Uniting for Ukraine, which allows Ukrainians fleeing Putin's war to temporarily come to the United States, if the state can show harm of $100. Let me tell you, they talk a lot about parole and how many, 70,000 or so in the last 6 months or so. Among those were the Ukrainian refugees. They were brought to the United States from the war-torn zone because of Vladimir Putin's invasion. 36,000 of them came to Chicago. The conditions of their coming to Chicago, a background check. Secondly, they have a sponsoring family so that they have someone who will help them assimilate into the United States. And third, they were given the right to work. We've had little or no publicity, negative publicity about these Ukrainians. We have a very proud Ukrainian American community, and they're absorbing these individuals who are the victims of the war in Ukraine. These are part of the parole numbers that have just been alluded to. In contrast, we've received 46,000 migrants sent by the governor of Texas on over 880 buses to Chicago without any warning, without any preparation. That's been a difficult situation, and it's really put a taxing strain on the governments of the area. But to argue that parole for Ukrainian refugees is wrong, I disagree with that. That was a humanitarian gesture on the part of the United States, and it's worked well, at least in our community. The situation with the governor of Texas is a sharp contrast in this circumstance. Laken Riley's murder by any standard was a tragedy. Every description I've read about this young woman suggests she was an amazing person, and the fact that she lost her life is terrible. There are no excuses. We must do everything possible to prevent crimes like this from happening. But this legislation before us makes our system less orderly and less safe. It does nothing to help the situation, the circumstances that affected her. The reality is that most immigrants in the United States are law-abiding individuals who are seeking a better life in our nation. Many studies have shown immigrants are less likely to commit crime than natural-born U.S. citizens. But Donald Trump recently said that undocumented immigrants were, quote, poisoning the blood of our country, close quote, a phrase that closely mirrors one used several times in Hitler's Mein Kampf. He has also promised to round up and deport every single undocumented immigrant in our country, including dreamers who grew up here. When the bipartisan border supplemental comes to a vote, the vast majority of Republicans opposed it at the request of Donald Trump. And do you know what he said publicly and clearly? Blame it on me if the bill fails. I am blaming it on him. The former president has made it clear he does not want a solution to our challenges at the border. He wants a campaign issue for November. I urge my colleagues to reject Donald Trump's advice, support the actual solutions which will be before us in the next hour and a half, and I object.
Objection is heard.
President?
Sir.
Thank you. To my colleague from Illinois, Senator Durbin, we do a lot of things together. I enjoy working with you, but here we have a fundamental disagreement. Number one, you're entitled to your opinion, but not your facts. 77,800 people paroled in the U.S. since February came from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. That doesn't count the people from Ukraine. They all showed up at the border. They were paroled in. There's no way the two statutory requirements were applied to 77,800 people. Now, why did they just wave them through? All I can tell you is that parole has been abused. The average was 6,000 a year for Trump and Biden during their presidency. From April to now, 77,800, nothing to do with Ukraine. As to the people from Ukraine, I want to help them, but we have a refugee law where you can apply for refugee status if you're in a war zone or things are bad where you live. They're taking the parole statute and just granting anybody and everybody they choose to grant. The bottom line is we're either a rule of law nation or we're not. So this has nothing to do with ICE funding. We're not talking about funding ICE here. This is a decision by the executive branch to abuse the law on the books. The tools available apparently are not being used by anybody. Why does Senator Britt offer legislation? Because we have a real-world example where the system failed. Let's make it stronger. Why did this bill pass so overwhelmingly in the House? Because it makes sense. If you learn nothing from the Laken Riley case, learn the following. She is a victim. Her family is a victim of a broken immigration system. Her family is a victim of willful disregard of the law by the Biden administration. The man accused of murdering this young lady was allowed to come into the country on parole based on we're no place to put you, not the statutory requirements to get paroled. So this is a big issue. We should learn from the death of this young lady. We should change our parole system. We're not. That's why we're not going to add a new law that won't be enforced. Until you prove to me you're serious about following the law as written, you're going to have a problem with us on this side of the aisle and hopefully a few Democrats. We should learn from the Laken Riley case and do what Senator Britt encourages us to do, which is to change the law to address the situation so we have no other Laken Riley cases. Apparently, the death of this young lady has taught us nothing as a body. We've learned nothing from this case. We're doing nothing different. And it breaks my heart. It looks like the murder of this young lady should be a wake-up call to a parole system broken and to fix this never-ending catch and release. You're caught for crimes and you're released before the sun goes down to commit more crimes. It needs to come to an end. We will have a chance as a democratic people to vote in November. If you think the system is working the way it's intended to work, then you need, and you're okay with what's going on, vote for Biden. You're going to get more of the same. If you think this is broken, needs to change, you ought to think about voting for somebody else. I yield.
From Connecticut.
Mr. President, I know there's another unanimous consent request to be made, so I'll be very brief. I've, always taken Senator Graham's concerns about parole at face value. In fact, the last 30 days of the negotiations over the bipartisan border bill were dedicated to this question of reforming parole. In fact, the bill we are going to vote on in a matter of minutes involves the most significant, most serious reform of parole likely in the history of the country. We entered that conversation at the urging of Senator Graham. He was intimately involved in the negotiations over the reform of parole, and the reforms are significant. An elimination of 236A parole, the parole that's used between the borders, a substitution for that process with a new rigorous examination of every individual who's arriving's credentials for asylum. Major reforms to the humanitarian parole program to make sure that it is truly used only for humanitarian purposes. And so the irony of the complaints that are being made about the overuse of parole is that the bipartisan border bill, negotiated with Senator Graham, involves the most significant reforms to parole, the most significant restrictions to the president's parole authority that anyone here in this Senate has likely ever negotiated. That's why it's regrettable that we are debating unanimous consent agreements instead of coming together to vote on a proposal that addresses many of the concerns raised by my colleague.
Question?
Illinois.
The senator from Connecticut yield for a question.
I would.
And what intervening event prohibited or stopped this bipartisan measure from passing on the floor of the Senate?
As I mentioned, thank you for the question, Senator Durbin. As I mentioned, we negotiated this bill in good faith. We negotiated it with the appointed representatives by the Republican conference. Senator Graham was amongst those in those conversations. We thought we had achieved a product that could get the broad support of the Republican conference because they ticked off to us their priorities. And they were legitimate priorities. We heard them loud and clear. They said, we want to reform the asylum system. We want to raise the standard for credible fear. We want more detention beds. We want to reform parole. We want to give the president a new authority to shut down the border at times of emergency. Obviously, Democrats came to that conversation with priorities as well. We wanted to expand the number of family visas and work visas. We wanted to make sure that immigrants can exercise their legal rights. We achieved a compromise, an old-fashioned compromise. The night we released that bill, Senator Durbin, I thought that we were on a path to passage, but it was President Trump who intervened and said, plain and clear, as Senator McConnell has admitted, I want nothing to pass before the election. I want nothing to pass before the election because President Trump's team decided that it would be better off for the border to be a mess, to help his political prospects instead of solving the problem. I hear Senator Graham when he says, well, we don't trust the Biden administration. Well, we didn't trust the Trump administration. That's a road to nowhere. Right? If we don't pass reform legislation when the other party's president is in power, we will never do the business of the people. We had a chance to do that until the intervention of President Trump. And I wish that instead of choosing his political prospects this November, we were choosing to secure the border in a bipartisan way.
At 2 o'clock this afternoon, we're going to have a vote on that bipartisan measure. And it'll be an opportunity for those who have amendments to come forward with those amendments after we pass it. Is that not correct?
That is correct. And of course, this is a motion to just proceed to debate. So this isn't final passage. If members think there are imperfections in this bill, if they want additional restrictions on parole authority, they could vote to proceed. And then we could get into a process by which we could try to solve any remaining differences that have arisen since the announcement of the bipartisan bill with Republican leadership, with their designated negotiator. I wish we could just get onto this bill so we could try to sort this out instead of allowing this issue to become a perpetual political football, as seems to be the interest of many of my Republican colleagues.
I yield.
Thank you.
President.
Senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have found this conversation so interesting. I will remind my colleagues that H.R. 2, a border security bill, actually did come to the Senate, and it has been here since May 15th of 2023, an actual border security bill. And the fact that the provisions in front of us are not border security provisions are things that are of concern. I have come to the floor to talk about the Biden administration ending a policy that we had during the Trump years, and it was familial DNA testing at the southern border. Now, they chose to end this. Nobody has benefited more from this reckless decision of the Biden administration than these cartels that are abusing and recycling minors to help illegal aliens. Yes, indeed, they are recycling children. They're recycling children who have no relationship to the adults that are bringing them in, because these illegal aliens being pushed by the cartels are attaching children to the adults so that they appear as a family unit at the border, and that will help them to get asylum. While more than 400,000 migrant children have crossed our border under this administration, reports show us that as many as 30% of those children that are DNA tested by border agents
are not related to the illegal aliens who are posing as their family members. So I come to the floor to call for a motion to proceed to S. 1843, the End Child Trafficking Now Act, to restore familial DNA testing at the border. The bill would criminalize child recycling. It would require DHS to deport illegal aliens who refuse a DNA test. It would mandate a maximum 10-year sentence for illegals who fabricate family ties to a minor and require HHS to process such children as unaccompanied minors. Protecting migrant children should not be controversial, but if my Democrat colleagues object, they are making their position clear on this issue. So, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to legislative session. Further, that the Committee on the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of S. 1843, and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
Is there objection?
Reserving the right to object. Mr. President,
Senator from Illinois.
I understand this bill is intended to, quote, require a DNA test to determine the relationship between asylum-seeking adults at the border and, quote, any accompanying children. However, it fails to accomplish this goal, and our current laws already include provisions to allow for DNA testing. Under current law as written, DHS and the State Department already have the necessary authority to collect DNA where there's any question about the familial relationship between a non-citizen and a minor child traveling with them. At the southwest border, the Department of Homeland Security currently conducts DNA testing when there's any question about the validity of the parent-child relationship. And additional scrutiny is placed on individuals who are not related to the child to ensure that a child is not being trafficked. Due to what I assume is a drafting error in this proposal before us, I have to note that this bill would not even apply to families seeking asylum at the border. As it is currently written, this bill only applies to someone who is, quote, admitted, close quote, to the United States. But under our immigration laws, asylum seekers at the border, quote, enter, close quote, the United States, but are not usually, quote, admitted. There's a big distinction here. That means that this bill would apply to any non-citizen family coming to the United States through our legal immigration system, but not families crossing the border to claim asylum. Exactly the opposite of what the senator says that she wanted to achieve. The family relationship of those who are coming to our country through the legal immigration system are usually validated by multiple agencies before applicants are issued a visa. For example, assume a family from Mexico wanted to come to Disneyland in Florida and apply for a visitor's visa for that purpose for themselves and their children. They would need to prove at the airport under this bill that they are the relatives or guardian of the children or submit to a DNA test. Is that what we're going to expend our energy on? If the family refuses, the adults may be arrested, the children will be treated as unaccompanied children and placed in custody. Is that what we want to achieve? This bill would require every such family to prove their relationship with their children at the airport or other ports of entry. The burdensome requirements in this bill would bring our system for processing lawful travelers to a halt and deter legitimate trade and tourism in the United States. As a senator from Tennessee knows, protecting kids has been one of our top priorities in the Judiciary Committee. Last year, we held 2 hearings on safety and well-being of children seeking refuge in the United States. We heard from child trafficking experts and government witnesses. Following up on these hearings, the committee is in the midst of an ongoing investigation of the issue. We all agree that no child should be abused, exploited, or trafficked, whether the president's a Republican or a Democrat. I vigorously oppose the Trump administration's inhumane family separation policy, and I've demanded that the Biden administration do more to protect migrant children. It's easy to criticize the executive branch, but let's take a look at the reality of the situation. We need to look in the mirror. It has been decades, over 30 years, since Congress passed meaningful immigration legislation. In less than an hour, at 2 o'clock, every senator, Republican and Democrat, will have a chance to make history, to start us on a conversation, a bipartisan conversation for a better immigration system. Instead of lobbying partisan attacks, let's come together across the aisle to fix the broken immigration system. We should provide funding for enforcement against child labor violations and ensure child migrants have the services they deserve. I've introduced legislation to improve sponsor vetting and placement, help children navigate our legal system, and better protect minors in government custody. I welcome my colleagues from either side of the aisle to join me. I'd be more than happy to sit down with any of my colleagues to discuss solutions that would prevent child trafficking. Sadly, this bill does not accomplish that goal at all. I object.
President.
The objection is heard. The senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think that the esteemed chairman of the Judiciary Committee is misreading the bill, because this would apply to people that are entering the United States. It would apply to those that are coming to the southern border. And this is a process that had been in place. The Biden administration chose to stop this process. Mr. President, what we understand is they chose to stop this because the test takes 45 minutes to determine if that child is or is not related. 45 minutes to determine if that child should be left with those adults. And 30% of the children that are DNA tested at that southern border are found to not be related to the adult who is holding them by the hand, who is bringing them in the country. So I would ask my colleagues, is 45 minutes too much time to take to be sure that a child is secure? We have had 10 million people come to that border. We have had 400,000 of those children. Don't we want to provide the best for these children and separate them from traffickers? And by the way, HHS has lost track of 85,000 of these children. They can't tell your committee, Mr. President, where those children are. They can't tell Judiciary Committee where those children are. 85,000 children. We do not know if they are dead or alive. We do not know if they are being labor trafficked, sex trafficked. We do not know what is happening. DNA testing is a way to help save some of these children. We should return to this policy. And by the way, again, I will mention H.R. 2 has been in here. Homeland Security Committee has had 374 days to have a markup on a border security bill. They chose not to. Judiciary Committee could have had a markup on a border security bill. They did not do it. But they're bringing a political stunt bill to the floor today to try to push it through to give cover to vulnerable members of your party. Yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Utah.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that following my unanimous consent request, that the following senators be allowed to speak prior to the scheduled roll call vote. Senator Langford for up to 5 minutes, Senator Sinema for up to 7 minutes, and Senator Murphy for up to 7 minutes.
Is there objection? Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, for over 3 decades, the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act, or RECA as it's frequently described, has stood as a testament to our nation's enduring commitment to righting the wrongs of the past. Where it's hurt someone, it wants to do something about it. Since 1990, this vital program has distributed over $2.4 billion to more than 38,000 individuals adversely affected by the fallout from atomic weapons testing and the uranium industry labor. These Americans suffered due to federal activities and decisions beyond their control, enduring illnesses that span generations. Yet, as we speak, RECA is on the brink of expiration. On June 10th, just 18 days from now, unless we act, the sun will set on a program that has provided essential relief to those still living with the horrific consequences of radiation exposure. Among these are not only just the downwinders affected by nuclear tests, but also the hardworking uranium miners, mill workers, and transporters contracted by the federal government in connection with federal activities. Their suffering was part of the price of our national security during the Cold War, and their plight must not be forgotten. So while we debate the merits and the potential expansions of RECA, it is unthinkable that we would interrupt access to aid for those currently suffering. Those current beneficiaries, those currently eligible for RECA compensation, they consist of people who no one disputes have been harmed. So we don't want to interrupt coverage to them simply because we're talking about who else might also need to be covered under this program. The bill I've proposed is a clean extension of the existing program. It maintains the existing RECA framework, ensuring no disruption in access to compensation while we deliberate on how best to enhance and extend its reach. And I don't dispute that it's appropriate to expand and extend its reach in certain respects because there are some people not currently covered by it. But again, we don't want to harm those who are the current beneficiaries, and there's no reason why their coverage should lapse. The proposal previously passed by the Senate to expand RECA includes regions and additional compensation claims in a variety of jurisdictions. In some of those instances, they're abundantly backed by data. In others, they're not. In some of those areas, there may be victims who are covered by other programs. In others, there may not be. And some of them, they're clearer than others. I think some of the clearest cases are of those involving victims in the state of Missouri and in the state of New Mexico, and we'll talk more about those in a little bit. But the current bill does have some challenging aspects to it, challenging from the standpoint of moving forward toward passage. The bill as it stands risks inflating the deficit by at least $60 billion. That's at the low end. And it may jeopardize the longevity of access to necessary resources for Americans who depend on RECA compensation for the reimbursement of costs associated with medical care or survivor benefits in the event a family member tragically passed away due to exposure. That I will not do. And I'm not alone. You see, the House of Representatives has thus far declined to take up and pass Senator Hawley's previous bill, with some signaling concern, embracing some of the concerns that I just restated. It's deeply troubling that amidst urgent need, we might find ourselves entangled in one form or another of brinksmanship, sitting on our hands waiting for an unjustly expansive and unattainable bill, one that no one believes can be passed by the House. Expecting that that bill will be passed at the 11th hour puts real lives at risk, if what that means is that the existing RECA structure can't be reauthorized. So I refuse to stand by and let the program lapse while we continue to search for a solution for legitimate victims in Missouri and New Mexico. We can't allow access to RECA's benefits to be held hostage during those negotiations. Now, I, too, am in favor of some of this expansion, including and especially the expansion for New Mexico and for Missouri. I think those categories of would-be beneficiaries do need to be added. But we can't allow access to the benefits for the existing RECA beneficiaries to be held hostage during those. But until we can iron out some of the details more carefully, it's no less imperative that we pass a straightforward extension that will allow support for the existing beneficiaries to continue without interruption. Those people haven't done anything wrong. There's no reason why they should be punished based on the fact that we haven't yet found a solution that can pass through both houses of Congress and make it to the President's desk. With the clock ticking down to just 18 days, less than 3 weeks before RECA expires, every moment that jeopardizes benefits for those suffering the consequences of our nation's past actions is significant, and we should find that troubling. Now, these individuals do not have the luxury of time that seems at times so abundant in Washington. They need our help now, and they deserve swift and unencumbered continuation of access to the support that RECA provides while we work out the other issues. And so I urge my colleagues in Congress to not allow RECA to lapse. Let's pass this clean reauthorization. Let's do it right now, and let's send a clear message that America takes care of its own. To that end, Mr. President, as if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of S4175 and that the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration. Further, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection? Senator from Missouri.
Mr. President, reserving the right to object. Mr. President, I have literally grown hoarse coming to this floor defending the rights of Americans poisoned by their own government to be compensated by that government when through no fault of their own they have been exposed to nuclear radiation, nuclear waste, nuclear contamination in the soil, in the water, in the air. Now, I just listened to my friend from Utah describe this 11th hour bill after the Senate has spoken to this issue multiple times, Mr. President, multiple times. After that has been done, now my friend from Utah comes and says we need a clean extension. A clean extension. Clean. Well, there's nothing clean about this bill. No, it leaves Missouri filthy, dirty with nuclear radiation. Let's just remember how it happened. All the way back in the Manhattan Project, the United States government used the city of St. Louis as a uranium processing site. And did the United States government clean up the nuclear radiation after the fact? No, it did not. Did the United States government warn the people of Missouri that they were in fact being poisoned by nuclear radiation? No, they did not. What they did instead is they lied to the people of Missouri. While the nuclear contamination seeped into our groundwater, seeped into our soil, for 50 years and more, the people of St. Louis and St. Charles and large parts of my state have been exposed to nuclear radiation. We have the highest rates of breast cancer in the nation in North St. Louis County. Entire schools cannot go to school because their classrooms are filled with nuclear radioactive material. And what has the federal government done? Not a thing. What would this bill do? Not a thing. Would it clean it up? No. Would it clean the lungs of the survivors who even now are dying from the poison they've been exposed to? No. Would it clean the areas of the Navajo Nation that have been overrun with nuclear radiation? No. Would it clean the mines that our veterans went to for decades exposed to nuclear radiation? No. No, it would do none of these things. And this bill, I think, partakes of an entirely different philosophy. It's the philosophy expressed by the junior senator from Utah, Mr. Romney, who said recently, it's too expensive. It's too expensive for the federal government to actually make right what it has done to all of these good Americans for decades on end. No, instead, what we need to do is pass this bill that the senior senator from Utah is now advocating. It's a small fraction, he says. He's right about that. And it's reserved for those individuals who have been determined to have actually suffered. To have actually suffered. So, let's just be clear. If you live in Missouri, you are not deemed to have actually suffered under this legislation. If you live in New Mexico, you are not deemed to have actually suffered under this legislation. Heck, if you live in Utah, you're not deemed to have actually suffered Is there any expansion for the state of Utah in the legislation proposed by the senior senator? No, there's not. Mr. President, we have been here before. We have been here for months. We have been here for going on years now. Senator Lujan and I have passed through this chamber not once but twice legislation that would reauthorize this critical program and finally do justice to the hundreds of thousands of Americans poisoned by their own government, and this body has passed it twice, the last time by well nigh 70 votes. The time now is to act. It is not the time for further delay. It is not the time to look away. It's not the time to change the subject. It is the time for the House to act. Study after study has shown the expanse of the nuclear radiation. Here's a study from 1997, from 2005, another from 2005, from 2023, all showing that the nuclear radiation is far beyond the contours of the original RECA bill passed in 1990. And yet my friend from Utah wants to just keep on doing the same old thing, leaving out in the cold hundreds of thousands of Americans. I will not consent to it. Mr. President, this body will not consent to it. We have been here before. We have had this debate. We have settled it. And this is not the time to reopen it. This is the time for the House to act. No more excuses, no more delays, no more changing of the subject, no more blaming of the victims. This is the time to stand up and be counted, for the House to act. Before I object, Mr. President, and I am going to object, I want to yield to my friend, the Senator from New Mexico, who has been such a champion in this fight.
Mr. President.
No objection. Senator from Mexico.
Mr. President, I come to the floor today to talk about the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act yet again. And I appreciate this opportunity because, as I have learned, every opportunity we get to talk about the families, to share the stories of the families who are dying of cancer and suffering, where the federal government has ignored them for decades, we're able to earn one more vote. One more member will stand courageously in that well and say we can do the right thing and we can ensure that we're going to provide support and coverage for these families. I come to the floor today to share the same concerns as my friend Senator Hawley. I've proudly been working on the Radiation Exposure Compensation Amendment Act since I was elected to the United States House of Representatives in 2009. Prior to that, my predecessor in the Senate and in the House, Tom Udall, was working on this policy and these issues. I've had the honor of speaking with the late Senator Orrin Hatch, may he rest in peace, about the faults that were made when this legislation was passed in 1990 and amended in 2000, of the families that were left out. And after we hear about this approach, we're going to get a chance to talk a little bit more about another idea. And I hope to be able to share some quotes from Senator Orrin Hatch about how we should be working together. But today, Mr. President, for this portion, I want to share the story of Mary Dixon. And Mary grew up in the fallout of nuclear testing. She lived downwind of the Nevada test site, where an estimated 100 nuclear tests were detonated above ground. She has said that all around these testing sites, Utah families were going about their daily lives, drinking milk from the local dairies, eating vegetables from the gardens that they tended to. Heck, the kids would even mix sugar with snow so they could pretend it was ice cream, she wrote. Now, in my home state of New Mexico, where the first bomb was tested at the Trinity test site, just miles from the town of Ruidoso and Tularosa, kids at summer camp not only heard the terrifying sounds of the bomb, they saw the white ash floating down from the sky. Those kids thought it was snow as well. So they went out to play in it because there was no warning. As a matter of fact, the United States government then did something even worse. They lied to these families and said that it was just a drop of munitions. These kids were playing in radioactive waste. These kids ate radioactive waste. Only some of these kids are now adults, fighting for their lives. Far too many of these adults faced cancer diagnoses. Many faced diagnosis that was similar to their parents or their siblings or their grandparents or their neighbors. Mary faced her diagnosis at 30. Others gave birth to babies with birth defects. Far too many died far too young. Now, the senator from Utah and I agree that the people of Utah deserve justice. I and others, like Senator Hawley, agree that those impacted in other states deserve justice as well. And today's exercise is not the answer. The Senate has already acted twice. Once to amend the National Defense Authorization Act with Democrats and Republicans, 61 votes strong. The same people that once said that the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act could not pass through the legislative branch, through the House and through the Senate, were taken back that there was this enormous vote and success. Only a few months later, to see another bill authored by Senator Hawley that I was proud to work with him on with the advocates. And the advocates should be at the table as we're having these deliberations. Where are their voices? 69 votes said yes. And so now it sits in the U.S. House of Representatives, where recently even Speaker Johnson's office commented on taking action to make sure that this program will not die. I appreciate that. I certainly hope, Mr. President, that the families that I've had the honor of meeting with, that I know Senator Hawley has met with, that all senators here that agree that we should take further action on the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act meet with them as well. And I hope the senators start with Mary Dixon. Learn her stories. Invite her in. Get to know her, her advocacy, her plight. Because by learning her story, we're going to help countless others all across America. So I strongly urge my colleagues to stand with all the victims, and I yield the floor.
Senator from Missouri.
Mr. President, for a year now, Senator Lujan and I have been coming to this floor and warning that the Radiation Exposure Act is going to expire. And that's why this body took action, not once, but twice, in overwhelming bipartisan fashion to expand and extend RECA in a way that does justice to every American, every veteran who has been poisoned by their own government. And now it is incumbent upon the House to act. And I want to be clear. I will not consent to any short-term stopgap, to any halfway measure. I will not give my consent to it. It will not pass this floor with my consent. This body has acted. This body has spoken. And there can be no turning back now. We're not going to turn our backs on the victims, not any longer. It's been 50 years in the state of Missouri. It's been just as long in New Mexico. It's been just as long for the Navajo Nation. It's been just as long for the uranium miners, our veterans. There can be no going back now, Mr. President. And so I object.
The objection is heard. Senator from Utah.
Mr. President, I deeply appreciate the insights offered today by my friends and colleagues, and that they truly are. The senior senator from Missouri and the junior senator from New Mexico have made an impassioned plea that I'm deeply sympathetic to for a variety of reasons, including and especially the fact that they're both right as their respective states. I mean, the folks in Missouri deserve to have this coverage, and so do the people in New Mexico. There are also additional people not covered by the existing program in Utah who need to be covered. And in all three instances, with respect to Utah, New Mexico, and Missouri, we need to get this done. And, taking into account all of the arguments that they have made and the evidence that I've reviewed, I'm prepared to do what it takes, and I'm prepared to get this done today. As I mentioned, this isn't just an abstract concept to me. This is near and dear to my heart. Many people I know and love have had their lives altered and in many cases ended by exposure to downwind radiation. One of those people was a loving husband and father, raised 7 children, who was taken at the prime of his life, at the peak of his career, just days after his 61st birthday, as he was surrounded by his wife and their 7 children, one of whom stands at this desk today. My father died from this in 1996, just 28 years ago. And we didn't know at the time, didn't know until years after, that he had in fact been a victim of and had died of a cancer linked to his exposure as a child growing up in eastern Arizona, spending his summers in Reserve, New Mexico, a small sawmill camp where his family lived each summer. But he was exposed to downwind radiation, and that led to his untimely death. My dad would be nearly 90 if he were alive today, and I can only imagine the youth and the vitality that we'd still see in him. I'm convinced he'd still be practicing law. I'm convinced that he'd still be a runner. His life and that of so many others in Utah and Missouri, in New Mexico, have been cut tragically short by this exposure, which is why we need to get this done. So look, in light of these concerns and the political realities that we face, again, I want to make sure that RECA doesn't lapse. And so I want to offer an updated version of the Downwinders Act. This bill would extend the benefits of those, extend the benefits of the program to those in Missouri exposed to the hazards of improperly stored nuclear waste, while also addressing the historical oversights in New Mexico and in parts of Utah. So when we look at this, we got to do this to make sure that we're following the science. And in all 3 of those areas, the science is backed up. And in all 3 of those jurisdictions, not only does the science back it up, but there aren't other government programs that may overlap with it that provide this compensation. Remember, if this were not the U.S. government doing it, this would ultimately be some species of tort law. But because it's the U.S. government, and the U.S. government as a sovereign entity, you can't just sue it unless the U.S. government makes itself amenable to suit. And that's really where RECA came in, because of the fact that we're uniquely situated both by virtue of what the science currently backs up and the absence of other programs to do it. I think it makes sense to accord that to these states. The other states covered by the legislation now pending in the House, that's stalled out in the House, it passed here, and so that's done. It's moved on from this chamber. One of the reasons that I understand why it's stalled out in the House is because of the cost. Now, I don't share that. I'm not aware of the full context of the quote provided by my colleague from Utah. That quote, I don't know whether there was more context there or not. But if that was the whole context, I don't share that approach. I don't share that sentiment. In other words, we don't not do this just because it's expensive. The whole thing is expensive. The loss of life is expensive, and we need to address that. The issue is, again, one, whether and to what extent the claims are backed up by the science, and whether and to what extent there are other programs that already cover it in one way or another, such that the bill adequately addresses that. There are other states in that legislation pending in the House that deal with Guam, the Marshall Islands, Idaho, Kentucky, Ohio, Alaska, perhaps 1 or 2 other jurisdictions. The claims in those states are not on equal footing. They're different from these claims. The Utah and New Mexico claims are very similar. They stem from the same sequence of events related primarily to exposure to downwind radiation from the atomic weapons testing. In Missouri, they're a little bit different, but they share enough of the same elements, and they're similarly backed by science. In these other jurisdictions, it's a little bit different. That's where a lot of the, not all, but a lot of the expense is accrued, and a lot of concerns expressed in the House that are impeding its quick passage over there that might lead to it not being able to be passed at all. But again, look, to ensure we do our due diligence here, where there is uncertainty as to some of the other jurisdictions covered by the bill now pending in the House, my bill that I'm offering now includes a requirement that the federal government must study and report on other regions that should be eligible for compensation. We need to get this done. I'll continue to fight for the recognition and compensation of all those exposed to radiation through no fault of their own, because it's the right thing to do, regardless of cost. With the clock ticking down to just 18 days before RECA expires, every moment that jeopardizes benefits for those suffering the consequences of our nation's past actions is significant. We can't ignore it. These individuals do not have the luxury of time that seems so abundant here in Washington. They need our help now, and they deserve a swift and unencumbered continuation of access to the support that RECA provides. And so I urge my colleagues in Congress to pass the Downwinders Act, this expanded Downwinders Act, and send a clear message. America takes care of its own. And with this legislation, we'll be able to take care of our own and expand the coverage to Missouri, to New Mexico, and to the previously unaddressed regions of Utah that have nonetheless been affected. And so, Mr. President, to that end, as if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of S. 4403, which is at the desk. I further ask that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
Senator from Missouri.
Mr. President, I think now I've heard my friend from Utah change his position. Now he's saying he is willing to acknowledge that there needs to be an expansion of coverage for the people of Missouri, for the people of his own state, for the people of New Mexico. I'm glad we've gotten to this point. I'm glad we're willing to acknowledge finally that indeed there are those who have suffered, Americans who have been poisoned by their government, who've never been compensated, and it's basic justice to compensate them. I think that's now the position that we're at. It's taken us a long time to get there, but I think that's what I now hear the senior senator from Utah saying. I think I also heard him say that cost should not be used as an excuse. Let's just be clear about something. The cost has been paid. It's been paid by the victims. Who is it who's paying the medical bills? The victims are. Who is it who's having to choose whether to do a cancer treatment or be able to afford school supplies for their kids? The victims are. Who are the ones who are having to decide whether they can afford the burial services or not for a loved one who's passed away because of nuclear radiation? The victims are. They're the ones bearing the cost. The United States government's gotten off scot-free. 50 years, the U.S. government hasn't paid a penny in my state, in New Mexico, the Navajo Nation, in Arizona, to the miners, our veterans. Nothing. Nothing. They're the ones who made the mess. In Missouri, it's still not cleaned up. As I stand here on this floor, Coldwater Creek, still poisoned. The Westlake landfill, still burning. Weldon Spring, not cleaned up. Government hasn't done anything. And I'm glad to hear an acknowledgement, finally, that it is time for the federal government to take responsibility for what it has done. We can all agree on that. We can all agree that the time to act is now, which is why this body has acted. It's done everything Senator Lee has just talked about. We've done it. We did it months ago. Months ago, the senator talks about getting this done today. It's been done. The Senate has done it. We passed this bill with nearly 70 votes months ago. I urge the senator to use his good offices in the House to speak to Speaker Johnson, who pledged, by the way, to the Congresswoman from Missouri, Ann Wagner, in a public statement, He said the House would take this up and make sure RECA is renewed. I believe the senator's right. They've got 18 days. 18 days. He made a commitment. Let's keep our commitments. I urge the senator to use his good offices now that we all agree to get this done in the United States House of Representatives. That's where the obstacle is. But I reiterate, I will not be party to any attempt at some halfway measure, some short stopgap bill, or some effort to sweep this under the rug. Not anymore. The victims have waited too long. They've waited too long. I'll yield to my friend from New Mexico.
Mr. President.
Senator from New Mexico.
Mr. President, let me begin by quoting Senator Orrin Hatch, the primary author of the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act, in his final years. Senator Hatch said, quote, "Updating this legislation is a moral imperative. RECA, as it is currently written, extends benefits only to uranium miners, millers, and transporters who worked until 1972, but an updated bill would extend benefits to those who worked after 1972, many of whom have developed cancer as a result of radiation exposure." End quote. Let me repeat that. Senator Orrin Hatch said it was a moral imperative to provide justice to what are called post-71 miners. And what does this bill offer to these Americans who have suffered for our country? Nothing. What does this bill offer to downwinders in Arizona, Nevada, Colorado, Idaho, Montana? Again, nothing. Instead, this exercise is an attempt to undermine the strong bipartisan coalition that passed historic RECA legislation. I hope no one misreads what's happening today. There is a bipartisan coalition. There is a bipartisan group of advocates across the country that is growing and growing. There are more co-sponsors in the House. The strongest vote that has ever taken place in the United States Senate has already passed this bill. Mr. President, let me be clear. Our bipartisan coalition will work with anyone who wants to meaningfully help the victims of all radiation and uranium exposure illnesses, including those that voted no when the Senate passed the RECA to the House just a few months ago. But we should help all of them. Every one of these families that qualifies. And by the way, just because a community is included as a downwind county, it doesn't mean all the people living there benefit from the program. They still have to fight and prove that they lived in this community for a number of years, that their critical illnesses and cancers are those that science shows were due to this exposure. They have to fight. It's not just given to them. There's a whole process associated with the science, and study after study continues to show how these families deserve this help. As a matter of fact, in committee this week, we were having a hearing to help coal miners in America. And some of the experts that were in that room, I asked them about exposure with uranium and the kind of cancers that we should expect. And I asked them specifically about uranium mine workers. And it wasn't surprising when that witness told us that the same uranium mine workers who worked 1971 and before and their cancers, it turns out that the uranium mine workers that worked in 1972, they had the same cancer as well. Senator Orrin Hatch, through his wisdom and his words, and in my conversations with this great leader, said we have to fix these mistakes. I'll close with this, Mr. President. A few years ago, a Navajo elder, and I've shared this with our colleagues before, when she spoke before the House of Representatives, she asked an important question to the panel of members that were not supportive of expanding RECA. And it was simple. Are you waiting for all of us to die so that the problem goes away? with a simple vote in the House, taking up this Senate legislation that the Senate passed with 69 votes, authored by Senator Hawley, we can answer her question with a resounding no. We're going to get help to families. I yield back the floor.
Senator from Missouri.
I object.
The objection is heard.
Mr. President.
Senator from Utah.
Mr. President, we've got to keep our eye on the ball and our eye on the fact that the legislation, while pending in the House, is itself mired. Now, I want to be clear, in response to something, a comment made by the senior senator from Missouri, this is not a new realization on my part. This is not a new willingness on my part to acknowledge the legitimacy of the claims and the suitability of the claims under RICA from Missouri and those from New Mexico. It's not new at all. In fact, it's not just in this Congress that I support that. 2 or 3 years ago in the previous Congress, I introduced legislation because after reviewing the data, I concluded that the beneficiaries, the would-be, need-to-be beneficiaries in Missouri and those in New Mexico deserve to be added. And so, to be clear, what I'm offering here, it's not the whole thing that exists in the bill that's now passed by the Senate and pending in the House, but appears to be mired with no hope of passage over there. It's not the whole bill, but it's something, and it takes care of our 3 states. And it's not just because our 3 states are important and the others aren't. No, it's because the claims arising in our 3 respective states are materially different than those pending in jurisdictions. In most of those other jurisdictions, the scientific data isn't of the same caliber, draws liability on the part of the U.S. government and ultimately the conditions at issue, the types of cancers and related ailments that go along with it. They're materially different. And so until such time as the science catches up, I think it's going to continue to have difficulty passing in the House. I could be wrong. That's how I see it. That's what I've heard from everyone I trust as to diagnosing the ability of that bill, or lack thereof, to pass in the House. With respect to the post-1971 uranium miners and millers, there is a distinction here. It's not a distinction that's necessarily impossible to overcome in every circumstance, but the Congressional Research Service looked at this for us, and we asked them to examine it. It concluded that the post-1971 uranium millers and miners covered by the Hawley legislation now pending in the House were from the commercial sector. They were not doing this as contractors or as employees or otherwise as agents of the United States government, but rather for private sector industry. And in those circumstances, in many of those circumstances, if not most or all, those can be addressed through tort law and or through workers' compensation law. Now, for those that can't, there may well be an appropriate use of RICA. But if we're going to start expanding this into purely private sector activities, that changes the nature of this bill, and I suspect will continue to make it more difficult to pass in the House of Representatives. So what we've got in Guam, the Marshall Islands, Idaho, Kentucky, Ohio, and Alaska, there may well be worthy beneficiaries there as to whom there exists adequate scientific research to justify the expansion of RICA, and as to whom there is no other adequate recourse provided for by some other government program or through state tort law, workers' compensation law, or something else. As to those, I'd be happy to expand RICA, but we've got to overcome those 2 issues. Those haven't been overcome. But they have been overcome as to Utah, as to New Mexico, and as to Missouri. It's unfortunate that my friend and colleague from Missouri chose, rather than to allow the victims in his state and in New Mexico and the yet uncovered victims in the state of Utah to be taken within the protective boundaries of RICA today. We could have gotten this done today. I'm confident we could have gotten it passed in the House right away. He chose to object to it. In other words, unless you can have all of his bill passed, including the parts that are not scientifically backed, making it unpassable in the House, he's not going to let even the victims in Missouri or the victims in New Mexico get covered. That is most unfortunate. We've got to deal with this. I'll be back. We have to get this done. Thank you, Mr. President.
President.
Senator from Oklahoma.
President. Three senators started about 8 months ago now working to try to get some solutions on border security. It's for obvious reasons, because we have record high numbers over and over and over again at our southern border. We had a record high number in October, record high number in November, record high number in December. In fact, December had the highest number of illegal crossings ever in the history of the country in a single day. As of yesterday, we had about 5,200 people that illegally crossed yesterday. In fact, almost every day this year, we've had more than 5,000 people illegally crossing day after day after day. This is a very big issue that the American people want solved. It is a frustrating issue that we've not been able to get to a resolution on. It is an issue that people have been frustrated with President Biden, because President Biden has not enforced the border the same way President Trump did, or the same way President Obama did. To be clear, this year we'll have 2.5 million people illegally cross the border. With the same law in place under President Obama, we had 500,000 people that illegally crossed that year. And as I've raised over and over again with this administration, if they would just enforce the border the same way President Obama did, things would be very different. But they've chosen not to. They've chosen not to enforce it the same way President Trump did. And instead, we have absolutely been overrun with people from literally all over the world. To put this in perspective, in the last 3 months, we've had more people illegally crossed than any full year under President Obama. They need to do what they can do. But Congress needs to do what we can do. We've got to change the definition of asylum. We've got to change the appeal process. We've got to be able to speed up the process. We've got to provide more clarity so that we don't have people waiting around 8 years for a hearing. We can't just release people at the border, as what has happened day after day after day for years now. We can't have a brand new parole program that the Biden administration literally invented that no other president has ever used to release thousands of people a day. We can't have that. We need to solve this in the administration. We need to solve this in Congress. I wish that's what we were doing today, but we're not. When Senator Murphy and Senator Sinema and I started working on this months ago, we were working to solve it. We were not able to get that done. But today is not a bill, today is a prop. Today is a political messaging exercise. Today is an opportunity to be able to have a vote that's sitting out there so people can send fundraising emails out later tonight and say, look, I tried to do something, when no work was actually done to try to get something done and completed and passed today. In fact, I anticipate there'll be fewer votes today than there were 2 months ago when this came up on both sides of the aisle, because everyone sees this for what it is. It is not an effort to actually make law, it is an effort to do political messaging. That doesn't help us as a country. We still have people that are illegally present here that need attention, and we're not getting it. Now, we can say, Democrats can bring this bill up and say, look, we tried to do something. Well, so what? Republicans can do the same thing. We brought House Resolution 2 twice to this body. That's passed the House with a broad sweeping piece of approval in the House to come over here to be able to change the way that actually asylum is done, the entire process. That's been voted down twice on a strictly partisan vote. So we can have this vote today, and people can say, well, Republicans voted against this, so it didn't pass. Republicans can say Democrats didn't vote for H.R. 2, so that didn't pass. That still doesn't solve the problem. At the end of the day, the people in my state say there's another 5,000 people that illegally crossed the border. Why aren't we sitting down and resolving that? So today I'm going to vote no on a bill that I think should pass, but there's been no effort to really get this to pass. Let's get us back to the table. Let's actually resolve this issue as we need to get done. With that, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Arizona.
Mr. President, I stand here today yet again as the border crisis continues to devastate my state. On February 7th, I stood here angry that rank partisanship tanked the single most important piece of border security and immigration legislation produced in decades. As we all remember, last October, I joined with Senators James Lankford of Oklahoma and Chris Murphy of Connecticut to craft this legislation. We worked every single day for over 4 months, navigating difficult policy decisions, working carefully to get it right. After months of tireless negotiations, we delivered a strong product. We produced a bill many thought impossible. We ended catch and release. We added more detention beds. We increased deportation flights. We quickly decided asylum claims, and we put Border Patrol back in the field where they belong, securing the border, not stuck inside processing paperwork. Yet less than 24 hours after we released the bill, my Republican colleagues blocked it, despite the fact that this is the most restrictive migrant legislation in decades. My Democratic colleagues blamed Republican political theater for blocking action. So did I. They were right. I spoke here on the Senate floor twice in defense of our legislation. It turns out my Republican colleagues were all talk and no action. Today, though, my Democratic colleagues have chosen more political theater instead of real efforts to solve this crisis. All talk and no action goes both ways. Today, the Senate will hold a show vote whose sole purpose is to point the finger back at the other party. Yet another cynical political game. These games demonstrate exactly why Americans have lost faith in their elected leaders. A Congress bickering and fighting for power instead of solving problems and making progress, any kind of progress, for regular people. Today's vote is not an attempt to solve the problem or provide relief to Arizona border communities. Today's vote is to send a message. But Arizona doesn't need your message. Arizona needs your help. Arizona needs action. These games of tit for tat, caving to the political messaging game, force both parties further to the fringes and further away from real solutions. Today, the Senate is proving what many Americans already think about Congress, that senators come here for political games, not to deliver results. Today's vote won't deliver lasting results for Americans, but the impact of today's vote is actually worse than simply being a useless message, because this vote does send an important message, but it's a message to us as lawmakers. I've often asked my colleagues in the interest of our nation to step out of partisan boxes and work with me to find real solutions to real problems. We've done it time and time again. This time it didn't work. Nearly 4 months later, I'm still deeply disappointed that we didn't solve the border crisis for my state and for our country. But to use this failure as a political punching bag only punishes those who were courageous enough to do the hard work of finding compromise in the first place. So who will be courageous next time? Who will stand up and do the hard work? Who will take the risks? Who will say, yes, I'll help solve this big challenge our country faces? Why would anyone? We don't leave today with a political victory. No one wins. No one gets the higher ground. Instead, we're saying to each other, don't step out. Don't try to solve big problems. Stay in your partisan corner, yell some more, blame the other side. Today, yet again, the Senate has chosen politics. But my state is still suffering. And as I said on the floor back on February the 7th, if you want to spin the border crisis for your own political agendas, go right ahead. If you want to continue to use the southern border as a backdrop for your political campaign, that's fine. Good luck to you. But I have a very clear message for anyone using the southern border for staged political events. Don't come to Arizona for your political theater. Do not bring it to my state. In Arizona, we're serious. We don't have time for your political games. There are big challenges facing the Senate and our country, and evidently, this is not a Senate interested in solving those challenges. Americans deserve better. I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from Connecticut.
Madam President, I am deeply grateful to Senator Sinema, Senator Lankford, Senator McConnell, Senator Schumer, and others who worked with us over the course of 4 months to craft this landmark, unprecedented, bipartisan border security bill that, if enacted, would take the biggest step that we have taken in decades to bring order to our southwest border. It would give a shot of confidence to our constituents that we can find agreement on even the toughest of issues. I maybe come to a slightly different conclusion, though, on the reason that we are here today than my very good friend Senator Sinema and my great friend Senator Lankford. I think one of the most important enduring values in politics is the value of persistence. If you believe something is important, you don't give up the first time. We worked very hard to achieve this compromise. It's a good faith compromise. You'll see that it's a compromise because there will be Democratic members who will vote against it today. We solved some big problems in this bill, reducing the amount of time it takes to process an asylum claim from 10 years down to a handful of weeks or months, giving the president new powers to shut down the border when crossings get too high, giving new legal rights to migrants, allowing for more visas so that folks can come to the United States in a planned way to work or to be reunited with families. I think that compromise was so important that we shouldn't give up after failing once. I think the American people have told us that solving the problem at the border is so important that we shouldn't put away that compromise simply because the first time politics won out. Maybe I'm naive, but I had some degree of hope, some degree of faith that maybe the second time we could come together and vote to proceed to a debate. Because remember, that's all this vote is, not a vote on final passage, a vote to bring this bill before the Senate to litigate the outstanding issues that Republicans may have about the reforms in this bill. And so I deeply appreciate all of the work that Senator Lankford and Senator Sinema went into this bill. I just come to a slightly different conclusion. This doesn't make me less eager to engage in bipartisan compromise in the future. This doesn't dissuade me from trying to reach future compromises. Frankly, I think our decision to not give up when we've reached this really important product, I think it may, frankly, put wind behind the wings of those in the future who decide to do something really important on something big and work across the aisle to get it done. We have a chance right now to come together, to put politics and campaigns aside, to vote to proceed on this landmark bipartisan border security reform bill, and I hope that my colleagues do it.
President,
I'll
be very brief. For years, we've heard that if you want to fix the border, then Congress needs to act. Today, we have a chance to act on the strongest border bill Congress has seen in generations. To those who have said for years Congress needs to act on the border, this bipartisan bill is the answer. It's time to show we're serious about fixing the problem. It's our chance to hire more Border Patrol agents and asylum officers and immigration judges. It's a chance to stop the flow of fentanyl and give law enforcement the tools they need to scan 100% of what's coming into the country. It's our chance to give the president emergency powers to close the border, to update asylum laws and improve vetting. It's a chance to show the American people we're listening, we're acting, we can still reach across the aisle and work on one of the most vexing problems facing the nation. I implore my colleagues to not let this moment pass. Yield the floor. Call the question.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close the debate on the motion to proceed to calendar number 397, S4361, a bill making emergency supplemental appropriations for border security and so forth and for other purposes by 19 senators.
Pursuant to Rule 22, the chair now directs the clerk to call the roll to ascertain the presence of a quorum. I'm just following instructions here. Is there objection?
Without
Without objection. The quorum is present. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the motion to proceed to S4361, a bill making emergency supplemental appropriations of border security and combating fentanyl for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes shall be brought to a close. The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso. Gotcha. Brown, Coons, Hickenlooper. Thank you. Kramer. Oh, right. I'm all for that.
As long as you're looking, look to his left.
Dang. Murphy. King. Got you. I did. King. Thanks. I got you. Lee and Padilla. Smith. Thank you. Merkley.
But it's a no.
Thank you very much. Crapo. White House.
No.
Thanks. And I'm sorry. Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal. Thank you. Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer. You want... Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Blumenthal, Brown, Coons, Cortez Masto, Durbin, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, King, Merkley, Murphy, Peters, Reed, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Smith, Tester, Warner, Warnock, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Kramer, Crapo, Daines, Fisher, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, Padilla, Romney, Rubio, Sanders, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sinema, Sullivan, Tillis, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Vance, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Hoven, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Braun, no. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Carper, aye. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Lankford, no. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Cornyn, no. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Ms. Butler, no. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Ms. Ernst? No. Mrs. Britt? No. What are you looking for? Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Cardin, aye. Yes. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Casey, aye. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Tuberville, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 43, the nays are 50. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn having not voted in the affirmative. The motion is not agreed to. Majority Leader.
I move to proceed to legislative session.
The questions on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar 647.
Questions on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Nuclear Regulatory Commission, Christopher T. Hansen of Michigan to be a member.
Your motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar Number 647, Christopher T. Hansen of Michigan, to be a member of the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, signed by 17 senators as follows.
I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
I move to proceed to legislative session.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar 507.
The question is on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the Judiciary, Tanya Monique Jones-Bozier of the District of Columbia to be an Associate Judge of the Superior Court of the District of Columbia.
I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar Number 507, Tanya Monique Jones-Bozier of the District of Columbia to be an Associate Judge of the Superior Court of the District of Columbia, signed by 17 senators as follows.
I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
I move to proceed to legislative session.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
I move to proceed to executive session to legislative. No, I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar 511.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report.
Cloture, the nomination of the Judiciary, Judith E. Pipe of the District of Columbia to be an Associate Judge of the Superior Court of the District of Columbia.
I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar Number 511, Judith E. Pipe of the District of Columbia to be an Associate Judge of the Superior Court of the District of Columbia, signed by 17 senators as follows.
I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
I move to proceed to legislative session.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar 590.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report.
Nomination, Department of State, Stephanie Sanders Sullivan of Maryland to be representative of the United States of America to the African Union.
I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar Number 590, Stephanie Sanders Sullivan of Maryland, to be representative of the United States of America to the African Union, signed by 17 senators as follows.
I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent the mandatory quorum calls for the cloture motions filed today, May 23rd, be waived.
Without objection.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent the Senate consider the following nominations en bloc, calendar 653 through 665, and all nominations on the Secretary's desk in the Air Force, Army, Marine Corps, and Navy, that the nominations be confirmed en bloc, the motions to reconsider be considered made laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate, that no further motions be in order to any of the nominations, that the President be immediately notified of the action.
Is there objection? Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to legislative session and be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent the Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 2365. The Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report.
H.R. 2365, an act to direct the Secretary of Health and Human Services to carry out a national project to prevent, diagnose, treat, and cure Parkinson's, and so forth, and for other purposes.
Without objection, the committee is discharged, and the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent the bill be considered and read a third time.
Without objection.
I know of no further debate on the bill.
Is there further debate? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The bill is passed.
I ask unanimous consent that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table without objection.
Without objection.
Yeah, there we go. Okay. And for a moment, a few moments ago, the Senate unanimously passed the National Plan to End Parkinson's Act, a bill that for the first time marshals agencies across the government to tackle this disease, this awful disease, in a comprehensive way. I thank Senators Murphy and Capito and everyone who championed this bill. Parkinson's is truly a terrible illness. It's taken an awful toll on my own family. My mom suffers from this disease. It's very hard on us. I know Parkinson's has affected the families of others in this chamber, as well as over 1 million Americans in this country. This bill, for the first time, will unite the government in an effort to find a cure for this disease once and for all, by promoting better Parkinson's research, encourage more effective treatments and other measures. With this bill, we're taking one step closer to bringing this awful disease to an end, and I thank everyone who made it possible. I also, in particular, wish to thank Representative Jennifer Wexton of Virginia, who has spent months championing this bill, even after being diagnosed with a particularly rare form of Parkinson's. She's an inspiration. While many would have been discouraged or lost hope with a disease like this, she has endured. She has used her struggle to help others, and now the bill goes to the President's desk. Now, Madam President, I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of Calendar 367, S138.
The clerk will report.
Calendar number 367, S138, a bill to amend the Tibetan Policy Act of 2002 to modify certain provisions of that act.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent the committee-reported substitute amendment be considered and agreed to. The bill as amended be considered, read a third time, and passed, and the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of S-Res 706 submitted earlier today.
The clerk will report.
S-Res 706, recognizing National Foster Care Month, and so forth.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of S-Res 707, which is at the desk.
The clerk will report.
S-Res 707, recognizing the significance of Jewish American Heritage Month as a time to celebrate the contributions of Jewish Americans to the society and culture of the United States.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of S-Res 708, which was submitted earlier today.
The clerk will report.
S-Res 708, commemorating the 100th anniversary of the designation of the Gila Wilderness.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I know of no further debate on the resolution.
If there is no further debate, the question is on the resolution. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The resolution is adopted.
I ask unanimous consent the preamble be agreed to and the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
I have 3 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the appointment at the desk appear separately in the record as if made by the chair.
Without objection.
I yield the floor.
Senator from Maryland.
Madam President, I rise today in recognition of May as Jewish American Heritage Month, and I'm pleased that we just acknowledged that through the resolution that was passed by this body. Since 1980, when President Jimmy Carter first celebrated Jewish American Heritage Week, our country has come together to recognize Jewish contributions to American culture, history, military, science, government, and more. Over the course of 250 years, since before the Revolutionary War, Jewish American values and culture have been woven into the fabric of our nation. We in the Congress of the United States, despite our political differences, have historically stood united in our support for the Jewish community. This position aligns with our nation's founding commitment to safeguard the right to worship free of persecution. Countless members in this body on both sides of the aisle have quoted George Washington's letter from 1790 to the Hebrew congregation in Newport, Rhode Island, in which our first president wrote, "For happily the government of the United States gives to bigotry no sanction, to persecution no assistance, requires only that they who live under its protection should demean themselves as good citizens, in giving in all occasions their effectual support." Jewish American heritage commemorations have always shared a mix of celebrations, with the anniversary of the founding of the State of Israel, with darker memories and commemorations such as Holocaust Remembrance Day, Yom HaShoah. This month, we also honor the victims of the Holocaust and lift up our lives of the survivors, nearly 40,000 of whom live in the United States. These men and women came to this country seeking refuge from unimaginable horrors. They have enriched our nation and made us stronger. We have an obligation to provide Holocaust survivors the community support and special services they need to live out their final days, and we must do all we can to ensure their stories are never forgotten. The split screen between Jewish American accomplishments and sober reflections is even more intense this year as the war continues between Hamas and Israel. As an American Jew, I can tell you that there is a level of trepidation and fear that has mushroomed throughout the American Jewish community since the deadly attacks of October 7th by Hamas. In the wake of this horrific terrorism, anti-Semitic activities have soared, with documented verbal and physical threats against Jews in the United States and around the world. I'm pleased to say that along with the President, majorities in Congress are taking steps and not sitting idly by. Earlier this month, the United States House of Representatives passed the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act. This bill codifies the U.S. Department of Education's need to consider the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance working definition of anti-Semitism when enforcing federal anti-discrimination laws. This legislation meets the seriousness of this moment by providing clear guidance to address the full scope of discrimination, anti-Semitic behaviors. As a co-sponsor of the Senate Companion, I urge my colleagues to stand with the Jewish American community and vote for this legislation. I'm also pleased to join my colleagues in co-sponsoring the Countering Anti-Semitism Act, which is bipartisan, bicameral legislation that would strengthen efforts to combat rising anti-Semitism in the United States, including the establishment of a national coordinator to counter anti-Semitism, who would oversee the federal efforts to counter domestic anti-Semitism and lead in the interagency task force. It requires analysis and threat assessments from executive agencies and law enforcement on anti-Semitism and violent extremism. Of great interest to many Marylanders is that the Countering Anti-Semitism Act also requires FEMA administrator to ensure the agency has sufficient resources and personnel needed to carry out the nonprofit security grant program, which provides critical security equipment and upgrades for many faith-based institutions and facilities across our state. We are building on President Biden's national strategy to combat anti-Semitism, the first ever that identifies the problem we face today. It states, loud voices are normalizing this venom, but we must never allow it to become normal. Anti-Semitism threatens not only the Jewish community, but all Americans. I would like to take this moment to praise the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum and its incredible staff for its efforts to counter misinformation and disinformation. I am proud to be a member of the museum's advisory council. The U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum has always put education and countering anti-Semitism at the forefront of its mission and activities. Since October 7th, it has ramped up in an unprecedented way and further cemented its role as an indispensable resource, as well as a myth buster in this national and international fight against anti-Semitism and hate. Anti-Semitism did not start with the Hamas attacks. From the white supremacists chanting, "Jews will not replace us" in Charlottesville, forcing Jews to leave their synagogue through the back door, to the right-wing extremists armed with an AR-15 rifle and 3 handguns who attacked the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh, killing 11 Jews and leaving 7 others wounded. This has been a violent surge that goes back centuries. No matter what your political affiliation, we all must speak out against this hatred and correct the misinformation that breeds it. The sobering reality is that threats against Jews continue to rise, not just in the United States, but also around the world. Just since 2015, I've had the honor to serve as the special representative on combating anti-Semitism, racism, and intolerance for the Parliamentary Assembly of the world's largest regional security organization, the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, best known as the OSCE. I've used this role to urge the OSCE's 57 participating states, the United States included, to develop strategies and invest the political will and resources necessary to eradicate hate by developing and sharing best practices, building broad-based interfaith coalitions, educating young people, and countering Holocaust denial and distortions. Just as the obligation to combat anti-Semitism is not just an American endeavor, it is also not just a Jewish endeavor. The responsibility to rid our society of the scourge of anti-Semitism is a shared responsibility. Mr. President, I was proud to be part of the U.S. delegation to the Berlin Conference. In Berlin, Germany, in 2004, the OSCE participating states declared that anti-Semitism is a threat not only to Jews everywhere, but also to democracy, human rights, and international stability. When societies permit anti-Semitism to thrive, they also allow conspiracies and disinformation and hate in all forms to thrive. In extreme cases, ignoring anti-Semitism can lead not only to the erosion of public trust in democratic institutions and the media, but it can foster extremism and lead to violence. With the dangerous rise of anti-Semitism in recent months in the United States, Jewish students and faculty have been blocked from attending classes or campus events and have been regularly harassed and attacked on campus. Many are scared to attend classes or walk around. Jewish businesses and synagogues have been vandalized. Students and non-students have expressed concern about wearing clothing or jewelry that might be used to identify them as Jewish. Throughout my career in public service, I have stood for the right of individuals everywhere to free speech and peaceful protest, even if I vehemently disagree with what they're saying. But it's another thing to target, threaten, and harass Jewish students or faculty on the basis of their identity. As President Joe Biden said at the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum recently, violent attacks, destroying property is not peaceful protests. It's against the law, and we are not a lawless country. We are a civil society. We uphold the rule of law. No one should have to hide or be brave just to be themselves. As a Jewish American, I was raised with the understanding that Tikkun Olam, or repairing the world, was an essential part of every community. Through acts of charity, justice, and kindness, we are encouraged to make things better for those in need. This has been my mission over the years, and it is no hyperbole to say that it's more important today than ever before. The Jewish people have survived the Holocaust. We have overcome terrorist attacks and anti-Semitism before. By holding fast to our values, we as a Jewish community will overcome these difficult times too. So I want to end with a quote from Anne Frank, who was reflecting on the difficult times she was seeing when she wrote, "I see the world being slowly transformed into a wilderness. I hear the approaching thunder that one day will destroy us too. I feel the suffering of millions. And yet, when I look up at the sky, I somehow feel that everything will change for the better, that this cruelty too will end, that peace and tranquility will return once more. My wish during this Jewish American Heritage Month is that we as Americans, Jews and non-Jews alike, find a way to come together. Only by rejecting anti-Semitism and all forms of hate, racism, and xenophobia will we find a path forward where all people can live together in peace and stability with an abundance of hope and opportunity." I thank my colleagues, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President. The senator from Alabama. Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that the following interns from my office be granted floor privileges until August the 2nd, 2024. Abigail Clark, Addison Cole, Emma Blackman, Jack Allison, Jackson Dyer, John Gaston, Mary Douglas Evans, Owen Beaverstock, Preston McGee, and Virginia Anderson.
What was the last name, sir?
Virginia Anderson.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, our national anthem closes with the lines, quote, "Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?" Usually sung as a declaration, the song's author actually intended for this to be a question, because while we often take our freedom as a guarantee, it should never be taken for granted. President Ronald Reagan once said, quote, "Freedom is a fragile thing, and it's never more than one generation away from extinction. It is not ours by way of inheritance. It must be fought for and defended constantly by each generation, for it comes only once to a people. And those in world history who have known freedom and have then lost it have never known it again. Our freedom depends on men and women who are willing to defend it, no matter what the cost. This coming weekend, we will observe Memorial Day. Started as a declaration day for the 1860s, Congress made Memorial Day a national holiday in 1968. Many people would take this day as an opportunity to cook out, go to the lake, go to the pool, be around friends. But that's not the purpose of this day. It's a time to reflect on the sacrifices that have been made for all of our freedom. Those who made the ultimate sacrifice and the honorable families they leave behind. I think we can all agree our fallen heroes deserve to be remembered for more than one day a year. That's why I introduced a resolution to designate May as Fallen Heroes Memorial Month. I appreciate my friend Congressman Dan Bishop of North Carolina for introducing this resolution in the House. I hope our colleagues will join us in passing this resolution, because there's no cause more deserving for our time and effort. Setting aside a month to recognize our fallen service members and their families instead of one day is the least we all can do. But today I would like to recognize some of Alabama's fallen soldiers who have paid freedom's high cost and the families who still grieve their absence. You know, it's estimated that more than 81,000 American soldiers who gave their lives for our country remain unidentified. since World War I. For nearly 80 years, this was the case for Alabama's own mess attendant, First Class Johnny Laurie of Bessemer, Alabama. Johnny was very active at the Red Mountain Baptist Church, teaching both Sunday school and Baptist Young People's Union classes. He graduated from Dunbar High School, where he competed in basketball and high jumping and track. In 1940, Johnny joined the U.S. Navy and was later assigned to serve aboard the USS Oklahoma. He was aboard the ship on the fateful day of December the 7th, 1941, when our country was attacked by Japanese aircraft. Unfortunately, Johnny was one of the 2,403 Americans who died at Pearl Harbor that day. He was awarded several medals posthumously, including a Purple Heart for paying the ultimate sacrifice. Out of the 429 crewmen aboard the ship, the Central Identification Laboratory was only able to identify 35 of the 429. This mystery seemed like it would never be solved. But in July 2019, Johnny Laurie's remains were identified, and he was finally able to return to his home state of Alabama to receive a proper hero's welcome. He is now buried at the Alabama National Cemetery in Montevallo, Alabama. His brother Elmer, now 94 years old, continues to participate in memorial ceremonies to ensure the sacrifices of fallen heroes like his brother are never, ever forgotten. For many of our heroes, the desire to serve began at an early age. That is the case of Lance Corporal Thomas Rivers, Jr. of Hoover, Alabama. His parents and Thomas knew as a child that he wanted to be a Marine, his lifelong dream. This desire only grew throughout his life, and he was motivated in everything that he did by this thought of becoming a Marine. He struggled at first in high school until a military recruiter told him he'd need a high school diploma to enlist. Low grades were never a problem after that conversation. This was evidenced in an English essay he wrote titled, "Why I Want to Go into the Marines." In the essay, he wrote in part, quote, "I don't think I would be afraid of combat and would be proud to fight for my country." He went on to say, quote, "I believe that joining the Marines would be a great experience for me because it will teach me to rely on God to make it through." Thomas joined the Marines as soon as he graduated from Briarwood Christian School in 2007. After completing training at Camp Lejeune, he deployed to Iraq and then to Afghanistan. His faith never wavered, despite the intense conditions of combat he was in almost daily. He and one of his friends again at one night began a Bible study while deployed, leaning on passages of the Bible for comfort. Corporal Rivers was killed by an IED explosion at the age of 22. His mother Sharon spoke about how she never really got to know the fine young man she raised as he grew to be an adult. Between deployments, he was unable to spend much time at home. Despite the devastating loss, Sharon and her husband Tom find comfort in their faith and the belief that lives were changed through their son's story. After Thomas' passing, Sharon began a nonprofit that sent care packages to soldiers on the front lines of battle because she remembered how much Thomas loved receiving things from home. Through her efforts, she was able to send more than 5,000 care packages to soldiers overseas over an 8-year span. Sharon's reminder to us is that for families like hers, Memorial Day isn't a happy holiday or just another day at the pool or cooking out. It's a day to remember heroes like her son, Thomas, who answered the call to serve and courageously laid down his life for ours. You know, President Franklin Roosevelt once said, quote, "Those who have long enjoyed such privileges as we enjoy forget in time that men have died to win them." May we as Americans be a nation that remembers the sacrifices made for the many freedoms that we all enjoy, not just on Memorial Day, but every day of the year. May we never forget those like Johnny Laurie or Thomas Rivers who didn't allow freedom to die on their watch. And may we hold their families near to our hearts as we go into this Memorial Day weekend. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
The senator from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. President. As though it was with a voice from God, I have been recognized. And I rise, Mr. President, to address what just happened here. Senator Schumer's failed attempt to resurrect a failed immigration bill in a bipartisan beatdown. But first, let me recite some numbers. In FY 2021, there were 387,000 known gotaways. In FY 2022, there were 606,131 known gotaways. In FY 2023, there were 670,000 known gotaways. Because of Joe Biden's disastrous border policies, there are nearly 10 million people who have crossed our border illegally, dispersed throughout the United States, many of which we have no idea who they are, where they're from. Some given court dates, we hope they return sometime in the 2030s. Thousands and thousands of Chinese nationals have illegally crossed our border since Joe Biden took office. The DEA has stated that the most ruthless Mexican cartels now operate in all 50 states. The American people are more at risk now from a terror attack than they have been since 9/11. How did we get here? The answer is pretty simple. Joe Biden reversed nearly every successful Trump-era policy that was working to secure our border. We had a 45-year low in illegal immigration at the end of 2020. That's all changed. His administration reversed the Remain in Mexico policy. His administration attempted to sell border wall materials that had been sitting and rusting at an extreme discount. He paused deportations. He took nearly 100 actions in his first 100 days to weaken our border security and signal to the cartels that our border was open for their business, a deadly business. I said from the beginning that Joe Biden has all the authority he needs to shut the border down right now. He could have shut down the border as illegal immigration numbers shattered record after record, but he didn't, and he won't. And now the American people are seeing the absolute carnage caused by Joe Biden's policies. Democrats are attempting to give Joe Biden cover by wasting our time on this vote that we just saw that went down, on a vote for a bill that had already failed. Why? I think some people actually believe in open borders. They have no real problem with this. They believe that borders are arbitrary lines on a map. But the risk for Americans are real. And what happened on this floor, I'm trying to draw some analogy. Seinfeld was a great show. And it was famously cast as a show about nothing. This week was a show about nothing. No vehicles, no amendments on anything substantive that could help the American people, just this kabuki theater that we just witnessed. My criticisms of that bill that we won't hear now, thankfully, are the same as they were in February. This bill would have changed the jurisdiction from immigration law-related cases from Texas to Washington, D.C. This quote-unquote break glass emergency authority is a disaster. This bill would have only potentially shut down the border if there were 5,000 illegal crossings per day. That's over 1 million people a year. Somehow we would normalize the idea that 1 million people can come here illegally before we take this seriously. That would be a step backwards in our law. The law currently is, and it has been across Republican and Democrat administrations, that if you come here, you are apprehended and you are sent back unless there's some special reason for you to stay, like asylum. 9 out of 10 of those claims are typically bogus. But what else did this bill do? It created more asylum agents to create an express lane and a path for citizenship at the border outside of the normal judicial process we have where it's an adversarial hearing. Those wouldn't exist anymore under this bill. And most importantly, this bill gave the architect of the border invasion, Joe Biden, unilateral authority to terminate the bill's meaningless trigger I just mentioned. This bill failed for a reason. Now it's failed twice for a reason. It took us backwards. But I think it's very important for us to remember that we have an executive branch right now that isn't interested in executing the law. Joe Biden has every authority under the sun to close this border. He just doesn't want to. And with that, Mr. President, I yield back.
Senior Senator from Iowa.
Thank you, sir. I come today to provide some real-world perspective from what I call the real America. I'm honored to speak on behalf of the tens of thousands of Iowa farmers who this very day are tending fields across my home state that feed and fuel America. I often remind people here in Washington that farmers make up only 2% of our population. That means that the other 98% of the American people depend on the livelihoods of just 2% of the people for their next meal. Here in the United States Senate, I'm one of only 2 grain farmers serving among 98 other lawmakers in this body. This puts me in a unique position. As a lifelong family farmer and a U.S. Senator, I use my platform to speak up on behalf of American farmers. And I know there's lots of other colleagues that I have in this body that do the same thing for the farmers in their state. But I think I do it some hands-on experience. From one generation to the next, the way of life of these family farmers upholds our nation's food security and in recent decades have strengthened U.S. energy independence. The productivity of American agriculture has empowered the family farmer to supply the grain for our domestic renewable fuels industry and to displace foreign oil in the U.S. transportation fleet. America's farmers embrace best conservation practices to strengthen soil health and precision agriculture to reduce their carbon footprint in food and fuel production. Now, it happens that my state is #1 producer of corn and ethanol, and #1 in a couple other areas that I won't go into. Clean burning renewable fuels are better for the environment, lower greenhouse gas emissions, and create good jobs in rural America and fuels the economic growth of that same rural America. Of the American farmers, the sky is the limit, quite literally. Now to the point of my remarks today to my colleagues. Let's consider sustainable aviation fuel and alternate fuel made from non-petroleum feedstocks, something the environmental community in the United States is promoting to get greenhouse gas down. Scientists say in the environment. That's a pretty big shoe print, considering aviation accounts for 2% of all carbon dioxide emissions and 12% for the transportation sector alone. Sustainable aviation fuel that goes by the acronym SAF, the U.S. Department of Energy. More than 360,000 commercial flights have used SAF at 46 airports, mostly in the United States and Europe. That's really just a spit in the ocean, considering more than 10 million scheduled passenger flights in the United States per year, according to our FAA. Displacing conventional jet fuel with sustainable, tremendous market opportunity for America's farmers, and at the same time reduce greenhouse gas emissions. I'm proud to say that Iowa is a leader in clean energy. Nearly 20 years ago, I worked to enact the Renewable Fuel Standard, and this very day keep my thumbs on both Democrat and Republican administrations to faithfully implement the 74%. Last year, my farmers stand ready to help scale of airplane and aviation fuel, but it seems that partisan ideology might be standing in the way of that effort. While we can find unanimous agreement that clean air is good for everyone, finding agreement on public policies to help keep our air clean is not always so clear-cut. In Washington, it's even harder than finding a needle in a haystack. Many people in this town would find reason to argue if the sky was blue on a cloudless, sunny day. The consensus really clouds over when federal bureaucrats behind policy bend policy to fit ideology instead of sound science. In December of 2022, I spoke on this very floor to urge the Treasury Department not to shortchange America's farmers when it wrote rules for the Sustainable Aviation Fuel Tax Credit. Unfortunately, when the Democrats wrote the Partisan Inflation Reduction Act, they chose to ignore our very own Department of Energy and preferred modeling by the International Civil Aviation Organization. Now that's pure poppycock. U.S. policymakers need to put America first. That's why I pressed USDA Secretary Tom Vilsack at a hearing in February this year to champion grain feedstocks, because he's a big voice in this administration. American farmers are ready to provide low cost and low carbon. For years, I've been fighting in the trenches to stop the Obama and Biden administrations from misguided regulatory schemes. I'm glad that the Supreme Court recently kept check on their ridiculous plans, commonly known as the Waters of the U.S. rule, that would have regulated dry creek beds and mud puddles on family farms. When the government starts meddling and telling farmers how to farm, how to raise livestock, you can bet your boots that environmental extremists are bending the ears of bureaucrats and pushing policies disconnected from reality. Writing federal regulations not backed up by science or common sense is hogwash. 2 weeks ago, the Biden administration put lipstick on a pig when it released guidance to qualify the new federal incentives for sustainable aviation fuel. So, as a senior senator from Iowa and a lifelong family farmer, I'm here to squeal on the Biden administration's stupid regulations. The decision-making process clearly got mired in politics and bureaucratic nonsense, not the sound science that has governed this process for about 3 decades. So let's take a closer look at the guidance issued by the Treasury Department 2 weeks ago. The regulations would be used to implement Section 40B, Sustainable Aviation Fuel Tax Credit. That's the federal subsidy enacted in the Inflation Reduction Act to help this alternative fuel lift off and scale up to meet market demand. Unfortunately, rather than adopt the science-based GREET, now I'm just going to spell that because it's an acronym, G-R-E-E-T, the science-based GREET model that's been used by EPA and others to measure the carbon intensity of biofuels, and they've been using that formula for decades. Now, the Biden administration guidelines instead played politics by adopting an untested and untried modified GREET model to determine lifestyle carbon emissions of corn and soybeans for the purpose of calculating who can qualify for this sustainable aviation fuel tax credit. And therein lies the rub. Let me explain. First, everything in Washington goes by an acronym. GREET stands for these words that I don't know how you connect the title with the acronym, but here's what it says. GREET stands for Greenhouse Gases, Regulated Emissions, and Energy Use in Technology. The Department of Energy's Argonne National Laboratory, a very respected laboratory, began developing the GREET analysis 30 years ago, back in 1994. So that's why I said we've had decades of the use of this. And it was a science-based agreement that they came to for this formula. And now the politicians step in to reform it or to change it. Scientists use the methodology to analyze the environmental impact associated with all stages of the supply chain. Now, in a nutshell, the federal government 3 decades ago launched a process to measure the energy output and environmental performance that could inform policies throughout government of energy efficiency, affordability, and sustainability. Scientists developed models for particular purposes to evaluate, say, greenhouse gas emissions, water consumption, and air pollutant emissions. Let me pause here to make an important distinction. nonpartisan scientists develop methodologies to inform policymaking. These methodologies should not be used by political scientists to advance a political agenda. So you can understand my dismay when I reviewed the Biden administration's new formula to qualify for sustainable aviation fuel tax credit. First, the guidelines quite obviously were written by bureaucrats who don't know the first thing about family farming. And second, the formula is flawed from another fundamental standpoint. It's going to be easy to violate and nearly impossible to verify, and complicate decision-making for the family farmer. To put it very bluntly, the Biden administration GREET model update is a stupid approach. While the lion's share of Washington can agree that more widespread use of sustainable aviation fuel is good for the environment, the new GREET model fell victim to a political lion's den. The Biden administration caved to extreme environmentalists who wouldn't know the difference between a corn planter and a combine, let alone what the effects of uneven emergence means on crop yields or how soil compaction impacts germination of seed. Every spring, farmers try to hit the Goldilocks sweet spot. Not too wet, not too dry, just the right soil temperature when they plant to produce the best possible yields. Every field on every farm is different. For example, no-till versus what we call conservation tillage is tailored to the requirements of that farm. And some of those requirements are based upon the soil compaction law, the soil conservancy law that I helped pass in 1986. Farmers are stewards of the soil, passing down this heritage from one generation to the next. It's obviously that the Biden administration either doesn't care or doesn't get what its Greek formula, that its Greek formula is pig-headed. The formula says all or nothing in order for farmers to qualify as a sustainable aviation fuel producer and help the aviation industry achieve its clear goals. American farmers stand ready to help clean the air. And I'm here today to clear the air on how the Biden administration is standing in their way. For those who want to argue that these regulations make sense, let me explain why they won't work in the real America. Let's consider the practical impact of the Biden administration's proposed rule. In the fall, when crops are harvested, the grain is transported from the field to the market. From the combine, it goes into a wagon or truck that takes it to the local elevator. On my family farm, we go to the local elevator at New Hartford. 10,000 of farmers are doing the same thing. In fact, in Iowa, it's 86,000 family farmers. I say doing the same thing, that means either hauling it straight from the field or after a period of on-farm storage, then taking it to market. Sooner or later, grains are weighed, graded, and commingled with hundreds of millions of bushel of grain from fields across the state, all coming from those 86,000 different family farmers in my state. So do you see where I'm going here? Let me summarize. First, to qualify for the maximum SAF credit and additional carbon intensity score reductions, the Biden administration dictates that farmers must comply with the U.S. Department of Agriculture Climate Smart Agricultural Pilot Program. And that requires compliance with the following updates on the same acres. You have to practice what we call no-till farming. You have to plant cover crops in the fall after you harvest to protect the ground through the winter and more importantly, not to have soil loss in the spring. And then you have to use enhanced efficiency nitrogen fertilizer. Now, when I first heard about this, what direction they might go, it said you'd only have to apply for one of these three in order to get the tax credit. And then that's where the outrageous opinions of environmentalists come in and said, no, we got to have them applied to all three. I don't think that these bureaucrats would think in terms of what in the fall, if you don't harvest the last year corn crop until November and the ground freezes, you can't plant cover crops at that time. You got to plant your cover crops in the early spring so they grow and get some root and can preserve that root through the spring and turn green next spring. But if it's frozen, you can't do that. Those are just one example of what I wonder if these bureaucrats in Washington know what they're talking about. Now, for the soybean farmer, it's a little less, number of requirements. You just have to do no-till farming and plant cover crops in the same acres. Now, the fact is, not every, let me emphasize this, climate smart practice that the USDA has works on every farm in the same way. No, in this town, one size fits all. The GREET update then is unworkable for the family farmer. Unrealistic burdens on farming are counterproductive to feeding and fueling the world. Let me entertain the idea that farmers who want to participate have complied with all these criteria. Now they must pass another dog and pony show. The sustainable aviation fuel producers or importers must be unrelated third-party, must get unrelated third-party verification that their feedstocks have met eligibility requirements. Of course, only accredited verifiers. La la land of verification. Biden administration changes to the Greek model need a do-over. Bureaucrats who know beans. This is the kind of policy that farmers resent, and rightly so, because it's out of touch with what actually goes on with this boneheaded update. Now, I think there might be a little bit of good news if rumors around this town mean anything. I think there's a lot of people in this bureaucracy, and there's 4 bureaucracies involved in making this sustainable aviation fuel rules. It's only that Treasury announces them, but other departments had head in. I think there's people right here in this town that know what I described that's wrong with these rules, are ready to rewrite them. And of course, these rules were written for what we call the Section 40B tax credit rules. That expires at the end of this year. Then there's going to be a new rule, Section 45Z, take over, And maybe we'll have a whole bunch of new faces in town after the first of the year when those rules are written. But I think people, even today, realizes that what I've described here isn't workable. So as Washington prepares to distribute tens of billions of dollars in federal incentives for the sustainable aviation fuel, I'll continue to battle on behalf of the American farmer and taxpayer. From the IRS to the EPA and the USDA, the alphabet soup of federal agencies makes consequential decisions that impact the lives and livelihoods of businesses and the family farmers across America. The Biden administration's Greek model needs to stick with sound science, not political science. Before I yield the floor, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to ask unanimous consent to put in some newspaper articles from the, the May 8th issue of the Iowa Farm Bureau Spokesman newspaper, a front page story entitled Sustainable Aviation Fuel Credit Rules Are Announced. And on page 11 of the same newspaper, a section that is entitled Questions Surround Impact of the Sustainable Aviation Fuel Guidance. I yield the floor.
Without objection?
Yeah.
That will be included in the record. The senator has yielded.
Of a quorum?
Yes, sir.
I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't need to.
Will the senator withhold?
Mr. President.
The senator from Kansas.
Mr. President, thank you. On the last Monday in May, our nation sets aside the day to remember, honor, and pay respect to those who have made the ultimate sacrifice in our nation's military. Flags are flown at cemeteries, families visit the graves and war memorials. They're sharing and reliving memories of the ones we've lost. This Memorial Day will be different for the family of U.S. Army Sergeant John O. Herrick. Nearly 80 years ago, Sergeant Herrick was killed off the coast of Normandy, and his body was never identified. The ending to his story was left unwritten until earlier this year when his family received word that their soldier would soon be coming home. 80 years later. During World War II, Sergeant Herrick was assigned to Company B of the 149th Engineer Combat Battalion in the European Theater. He was on board Landing Craft Infantry 92 alongside 200 other service members on the way to Omaha Beach when the craft was hit by an underwater mine. Everyone on board was killed. At the tender age of 19, on June 6, 1944, during D-Day landing, Sergeant Herrick paid the ultimate sacrifice for our nation's freedom. Sergeant Herrick, as a young boy from a small town, Allen, population about 100, is memorialized on the Normandy American Cemetery wall of the missing. When I was there, I saw his name. There are many heroes like Sergeant Herrick whose names are only remembered in the hearts of their descendants and echo and etched into the stone at places like the Vietnam Memorial Wall and the white crosses of Arlington Cemetery. Remembering and honoring the sacrifice of these heroes is not only the right thing to do, it is really important for our nation. Hopefully it pulls us together, not pulls us apart. We must never forget the great cost paid by our service members and their loved ones as they fought fascism in Europe, tyranny in the Pacific, or terrorism in the Middle East. Their sacrifices protected our freedoms and our union. One way the stories of these fallen service members is being preserved is through the Veterans Legacy Program, which works to uncover the stories of fallen service members and make them available to the public. The Veterans Legacy Program provides grants to educational institutions and community organizations to conduct historical research on veterans buried in national cemeteries and to share those veteran stories through an educational programming. To help further that mission of the Veteran Legacy Program, I introduced with Senator Mazie Hirono, my colleague from Hawaii, a bill entitled Honoring Veterans' Legacies and Burial Benefits Enhancement Act. This legislation would establish a nonprofit that would be able to accept private donations used to fund the Veteran Legacy Program, operated by the Department of Veterans Affairs. Furthering the mission of the VLP, it will help to create and preserve collections of the stories of our nation's heroes. How we memorialize and how we honor our veterans when they have passed sends a message to their families, our current and future service members. It sends them a message that we value the past, the present, and the future sacrifices made by those in military service. Doing so not only honors our fallen service members, but encourages another generation of Americans to model their lives after Sergeant Herrick and others who gave their lives in devotion to country. When Sergeant Herrick is laid to rest later this year on Veterans Day in Emporia, Kansas, where Veterans Day was first celebrated, hopefully his life and his story lives on in the hearts, is remembered, retold, revered on this and every Memorial Day to come. Mr. President, I say what I said to my dad when I called him from the World War II Memorial shortly before it was dedicated. I called home to Plainville, Kansas, to say to my dad, I'm at the World War II Memorial. Dad, I want you to know this memorial, built in your honor, it causes me to tell you that, Dad, I respect you, I appreciate your service, and Dad, I love you. This Memorial Day, I no longer can say that to my dad, and incidentally, on my way back to the Capitol from that visit, my phone rang. It was my dad, and he said, Gerald, you left me a message. Could you repeat it? I didn't understand it. I can't repeat it to my dad any longer. He's no longer living. But we can use this Memorial Day and every other day to say just exactly what I said to my dad then, a World War II veteran. Dad, and to every service member and to every veteran, we respect you. We appreciate your service, and we love you. I yield the floor.
No.
And ready.
New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent today on the floor of the United States Senate that the Senate itself proceed to the consideration of S-Res 712 submitted earlier today.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 712 designating May 2024 as Older Americans Month.
Is there objection to proceeding to the messenger? Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
I ask consent from all of my colleagues, otherwise known as unanimous consent, that this resolution be agreed to, that the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid plain upon the table with no action or debate.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the appointment of the desk appear separately, apart from, in the record, as if made by the chair.
Without objection.
And, Mr. President, I ask again for the consent of all my colleagues, unanimous consent, that when the Senate completes its business today, it adjourn to then convene for pro forma sessions only, with no business being conducted on the following days and times. Friday, May 24th at 10 a.m. Tuesday, May 28th at 10:30 a.m. and Friday, May 31st at 4:30 p.m. Further, Mr. President, that when the Senate adjourns on Friday, May 31st, it stand adjourned until 3 p.m. on Monday, June 3rd, that on Monday, following the prayer and the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States of America, the Journal of Proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for both leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and morning business be closed following the conclusion of morning business. The Senate proceed to the session that is executive, or the executive session, to resume consideration of the Hansen nomination. Further, that the cloture motions filed during today's session ripen at 5:30 p.m. on Monday.
Without objection.
Mr. President, it is a privilege to say that if there is no further business to come before the United States Senate, I would like to ask humbly to you, sir, that it stand adjourned, that the United States Senate stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. President.